Welcome everybody to Vibecode Parametrics V1.0. And in this webinar, we'll be looking at how to take advantage of AI agents, specifically OpenAI's Codex, to make custom software and tools pertaining to parametric systems. Although it can do, a lot more, almost infinitely more. But that'll be our focus for today. Using OpenAI's Codex, which requires ChatGPT Plus or Pro account. We'll be using the Cursor IDE, which is a coding environment, which is what Codex will be running in. And you'll need a GitHub account, which is free. You just need to make a GitHub account. And I'll just introduce myself. If you don't know, my name is Michael Pryor. I'm the CDO of Design Morphine, and I'm a co-lead of procedural generation at Wilderworld. I'm a multifaceted designer utilizing Rhino and Grasshopper, C#, Maya, ZBrush, Houdini, and others. Currently co-lead of procedural generation at Wilderworld Metaverse and CDO of Design Morphine. Previously, I was computational designer at Nike on the NXT performance footwear team. Graduated with an architecture degree and have been involved in various major architecture works in the US, China, Dubai, and Lebanon. Previously in architecture working at Trehan, Soma, OLI, and EA on projects ranging from museums, housing, restaurants, furniture products, and exhibits and prototypes. I'm also the author of the popular Grasshopper 3D plugin Pufferfish, which has over 200,000 downloads. And I've been a tutor to, many workshops in the past by the AA, visiting school with Louis Vuitton, 3D Dreaming, Resarc, MIT, OSL, Harvard GSD, RadLab, PA, Meal, and of course, Design Morphine. So that is my introduction there. And before we go any further, just want to mention that this webinar is recorded. So if you miss anything or you have to leave or whatever, you will get the recording afterwards emailed to you. So no worries about that. Yeah, so if it's, feel free to just sit back and watch if you can't keep up or anything. But today's webinar, like kind of work-wise, won't be too complex. Actually, it's more about understanding like the best practices and setup, because other than that, it's really just about having good ideas and kind of explaining those ideas to your coding agents to help you make what you're trying to make. And if you're using the chat, or if you want to chat or something, just make sure you switch your chat to everyone. There's like a little button there. Just make sure it says everyone. Otherwise, it just goes to me, and maybe you want, to kind of be part of the general discussion. Okay, so where I want to start is what are kind of AI agents and vibe coding. So an AI agent is a software program that uses artificial intelligence to autonomously achieve goals by performing tasks. So unlike a basic AI that just follows a request and respond model, agents can plan, reason, and take action by using tools like databases, web searches, or other AI models to complete complex tasks with minimal human oversight. So as opposed to, something that we're probably all more used to, like just kind of regular ChatGPT chat or something like that, it's not about like asking questions and getting answers, but it's about making tasks and then having an AI complete those tasks. And then vibe coding is a term that kind of came about through this way of making kind of softwares with AI agents. It's a software development practice where developers use natural language to prompt to an AI to generate code, effectively creating applications through conversation rather than traditional coding. Now, if you're looking into the kind of AI agent vibe coding kind of realm, there's a few different models and companies, but the main competitors, the main two kind of big ones that a lot of people are using are Codex by OpenAI. You can see here openai.com/codex, which comes as part of your ChatGPT Plus or Pro plan. Um, in fact, if I just open here, let's see, if I just open ChatGPT, um, you will see, you know, I'm pretty sure most of you probably know what ChatGPT looks like, but you will see when you have Plus or Pro, you'll see this Codex tab. So it's just part of that, having that service. The other main is Claude Code, um, which is from Anthropic, a company called Anthropic. Um, and it's also, very good. I think both of these models are very good. Um, and a lot of kind of um, developers that are using AI as part of their workflow are using both together. I'm personally only just using Codex right now. Um, but both are equally kind of acceptable to do this task, and also both work inside of Cursor, which we'll be looking at and using in pretty much the same way. And you can use either or for this same workflow that we're doing today. The reason I like Codex is um, one, I think being part of the OpenAI ecosystem, um, I think it just maybe has a bit more attention on it in terms of development. But also it comes with a lot more with an OpenAI or ChatGPT Plus or Pro account, um, you get more kind of features for your money. Um, they both have similar kind of pricing models. We can look here at Claude's pricing. Um, here. So both offer like a free tier. So we know let's go here to ChatGPT. So we know the free one, ChatGPT, is just free, and also Claude has also free. Um, Claude has Pro, which is $2 less than it's equal to the Plus here, even though I know it's a little bit confusing because Codex's Max, ChatGPT's Max is called Pro, but their mid tier is called Pro, and then their Claude's Max is kind of Pro. Now the mid tier, this one here, is pretty similar between the two in terms of price. The bigger difference is in the Max. So Max here is around $100 a month, whereas for ChatGPT for Pro it's 200. But the reason is because of kind of the more stuff you get with this. But I'm anyway just using Plus for now. With ChatGPT plans, you get a lot of features. You get a better ChatGPT. You get custom GPTs. So if I come here to my ChatGPT with Plus, you can see I have this custom GPTs tab. You can make your own or kind of link to existing ones, which is really cool. For instance, if you're using Houdini a lot or Unreal or Grasshopper or whatever you're using, you can find like a GPT that's specifically geared towards that. So everything you ask and talk about here, it's like on a GPT that's trained specifically for that thing, which is really nice. and usually can get you a lot better results. Also with ChatGPT plans, through the prompt, you also get image generation, right? Like, so just to be clear, Claude the Claude kind of version is strictly about like coding, which is like equal to ChatGPT's Codex. So you don't have like the kind of all the extra stuff. You don't have like the image generation and all that kind of other stuff that you might find interesting. Also, with the ChatGPT Plus and Pro, you get access to Sora, um, which is um, for video generation, which has kind of gone viral since it came out. I'm sure you've all seen lots of Sora videos. There's a lot of funny ones as well. But you get access to Sora, and then you also get access to Atlas, which is right now just for Mac, but it's coming very soon to Windows, which is ChatGPT's um, web browser, their new web browser. So if you're using like something like Chrome or Firefox or whatever you use, this is Atlas. It's a new browser from ChatGPT, which has agents built right into it, and you can kind of do all kinds of things with agents on your on your browser. You know, telling it, you know, like find this thing, buy this thing, have it sent to me. Like you can kind of make this kind of whole kind of tasks right on the browser and have it do like kind of more stuff for you there. Like the agent can actually take care of a lot of things for you, which is really cool. I think it will be nice. Um, Now, the other thing that a lot of people are doing is they're using other models. Actually, I want to just go to Cursor. Uh, Get Cursor up. So Cursor, we're going to download it as an IDE, but just want to explain. Um, so it's a coding environment, and then you'll see I have a bunch of tabs up here. We're going to go through them. The other thing is if you're doing something more like planning to make an app or an iPhone app or something like this, there's a bunch of these apps, a bunch of these services that make that process really easy. And they have a cost, obviously, but with those services, they give you access to the APIs of all of them. So you can, for instance, if you have the paid cursor, you can actually use at the same time, you can use um, Codex or Claude or you know, whatever else is kind of available. And the way those works is through what's called credits, and these services, you know, that we'll look at right now, they all charge different credits. They all have different price plans and whatnot. Now, usually, I would say, usually all of these services end up being um, more expensive than using like Codex or Claude, but they're because they're using APIs, API calls. And basically, you pay these companies, and then those tokens go toward using whatever API you select, whether it's you know, Claude or Codex or any other service really. Um, the benefit is that these apps that we'll go through take care of um, a lot of stuff that is more about like shipping your product and development and API connection. Um, Meaning that like a lot of them will like you just kind of make the app and they'll take care of like your backend services, deploying it and getting it accepted on the Apple App Store and all this kind of stuff. They kind of take care of all that stuff. Um, so Google AI Studio, which also has different price tiers, but also has kind of a free use tier. Um, you know, Google AI Studio is really powerful. There's a lot of things you could do with it. I'm sure a lot of you have been messing with like image generation stuff with Nano Banana. But it also, if you see here, build, it also, has this kind of whole area about building apps, right? And has like templates and you can prompt and like, so building full apps and websites and all that kind of stuff. Um, and I'm just going to look at some of the kind of like popular ones right now. There's Anything app, right? So, um, and all of these have the same idea. It's like you kind of prompt things, and through prompting, you make kind of apps and websites that you can sell as a service, like on the App Store or online. And it kind of takes care of a lot of that technical back end for that use case. And for all of them, you can use, you know, see here, like you can use GPT-5 and 40 plus other integrations. So they give you a lot. So if you're like into that thing, then these make a lot of sense because you might want to use a lot of different, you might want to use Claude and Codex and this and that and a bunch of other things. Then it can be more cost effective than owning the full kind of service of each of those individually. So here's Anything you can see here. Like it's really like people are making kind of a lot of web apps. Other popular one is Lovable. Lovable. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna go through these just so you're aware of them. I think there's a lot of cool stuff to be aware of. Um, so yeah, like Lovable, for instance, is doing that. They also are connecting automatically and setting up Shopify accounts for your stuff. Lovable, um, Replit, another one, uh, Vibecode app, right? And they all kind of have the same premise, right? You go to their site, there's a prompt box, that's your initial start, and then you go from there. And you can see here, there's like a thing to switch like what kind of model you're doing. This is the Claude one, and whatnot. So Vibecode app. And then another one, which is Base 44. And these are not the only ones. There's a ton of them, but these are kind of like more popular ones that we're seeing around. Okay. Okay. Uh, that one. Okay. And so at first, I just want to show some quick things that I have been messing with, just here and there, and also like stuff like when thinking about this webinar. So the first thing was that the very first thing I did with Codex when I first got it and learned about it and looking at it was not even related to design or anything. I was just testing it out, and I kind of vibe coded this calendar, right? Just wanted to show something a bit outside of um, what we're going to do here and look at here, but like this calendar, which looks nice and clean and up to like kind of modern standards, my own personal calendar, was completely just vibe coded in honestly not even that many prompts with Codex. It's like fully functional. I can move around my stuff from my calendar. I can click it and expand it out and see what that is. I can delete things. I can add you can add new things. Save event, add new event. You can see upcoming highlights. So yeah, again, completely made by prompting with Codex. So that was interesting. Um, so you can really make any kind of, people are making apps, they're making games, services, software. I one person I saw on X the other day is saying that they pretty much um, unsubscribed to all the software they were using previously, like Adobe and all these things, because they've just made their own at this point with Codex, like special versions of things that only do the things they needed to do, and kind of this is kind of the era that we're going into. Um, Another one, which was for Wilder World, which was we have these ads around our 3D world that we want to let people make the advertisements for. So this was like a little app I made for that. Again, 100% coded. You can choose like all the different aspect ratios of ads around our virtual world. You can, turn them portrait or landscape. And then you can prompt what you want there. Style ad for, I don't know, for robotic cats, uh, let's say, and we can generate the ad. Now it's a little bit slow because I'm just using so when you do something like this, you're using a server, a test server, um, and it's just a free one right now. So it's just for testing, and it's pretty slow server, to be honest. But it works for testing purposes. Now, this is one thing I just wanted to mention while we're here. If you make something that requires also prompting from the user, you have to use what's called an API, which if I come here and go here, I need to log in. Thought I was logged in. Let me just log in real quick. Don't anyone steal my one-time code. I'm just kidding. I don't care. You don't know the password anyway. Okay, hold on 1 second. Um, so on your OpenAI platform, if you're using something like an API, it's going to be blanked out here, but you can see I have an API key out for that. Now, API keys are billed separately. So right now I just have like $20 like in that account, API keys. Um, why they're billed separately? Because they're not part of your personal service. When you're using a prompt box as part of what you're doing, um, you're allowing other users to prompt, and so that needs to be paid for, and that's why it's a separate billing API. So if you're wondering why any of these services which require prompts are usually not free, it's because someone needs to pay for those prompt hits to the API, and they're all using, ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or whatever they're using. Um, so that's why there's always these kind of fees for tokens, basically. Um, so that's something to take a note of. Oh, what did I do? I refreshed it. Okay. Network error. Yeah, it's a very slow network. But anyway, it does work usually. But this was just kind of testing one. When we have it up and running, it will be on kind of proper network. Um, I'll just try it again, but yeah. Another thing that I was just messing with, which was interesting, was more for video games, which was like an FPS, first-person shooter, kind of like arena generator. So again, this is fully fully vibe coded. It's looking at different styles of um, yeah, gameplay arenas. Um, you have even different, game types: Halo, Counter-Strike, Quake, different symmetries, and all this kind of stuff we can do. Um, don't want to go through kind of everything here, but even things like adding platforms, right? Like if you're, using platform kind of stuff. Um, even will let you download screenshots or the mesh itself or save different states so you can switch back and forth between different versions. You can have multiple levels, make really complex kind of stuff. And you can even kind of experience it in first person. I keep clicking on my Zoom window. That's why it's kind of weird right now. But yeah, you can even experience it in first person, which is cool. Okay. Ah, yeah. Okay, it worked. See, the slow server finally worked. So there you go. It made the ad based on our prompt, and you can also, like, if you wanted to use an image to influence the prompt, um, you don't have to host it on GitHub, but we will show how to host it on GitHub. Um, GitHub offers a GitHub offers a free, easy way to, like, make your things you make shareable. But you you if it was like a professional thing, you'd probably want to host it on like an actual website or something, like wherever you were kind of planning to do that. Only thing you can't host on GitHub is, for instance, this one here has its own back end, which is on um, I'm just using a free server from this company called Render. I'm not going to sign into it right now, but which is like a backend server, a free backend server, and that's because of the API keys. Um, GitHub won't let you put API keys on it for obvious reasons, because then your API key can be compromised, since GitHub is either private or public, and if you want people to check your thing out, it has to be public, and then your API keys. So actually won't even let you put API keys there. So, but everything else you can just host from GitHub. Yeah, exactly. Nano Banana is something like, yeah, I mean, finished version of this will have kind of options to switch between different, Nano Banana. Right now, it's just using the Chat GPT. Uh, it's called ChatGPT Image One, which is OpenAI's image generator that you get with the Plus and Pro plans. And that's the API that I'm using right now. So other things that you've seen from the promotional materials, um, for instance, this kind of fun tower generator. You can change the shape of the floors. We can change their thickness. Can change their radiuses. Um, we can use um, kind of different settings to create kind of how that gradient works, or we can use these kind of custom graph mappers um, thing. Um, if any of you are familiar with Grasshopper, you recognize this kind of graph mappers. What's cool about the graph mapper is this one here, is why it looks so much like the Grasshopper one, is because when I was describing what I wanted it to do, I also included an image of Grasshopper's graph mapper, and I was like, I want it to kind of look like this, and that's why it even has like the grid. It even made like kind of grid in the background. And then to Unreal. You can connect it to Unreal, but right now it just exports to Unreal. I think it's more fun to be like in the browser because you can even use all these mobile. It's just like more fun to like mess with, I think, for now. Um, and yeah, so yeah, all these things, offset and you can, twist and um, but again, all these are kind of just like we're just like playing around, just trying to figure kind of stuff out. You can change the colors, all this. You can have a grid, shadows, different lighting types, even. Um, and none of this is standard. I mean, this is not like everything will be this way. It's like this is just the stuff I told it to do and how I wanted it to do. We also have this kind of thing. Yeah, it's recorded. Yeah. Um, uh, this kind of like shifting tower maker uh, here. Um, just a bunch has a bunch of different options and different kind of stuff that you can mess with. You can see that also from also things like I don't know. I was just saying like, oh, what can we do? Like an auto rotate? Can we? This was a cool one. It was like, let me just refresh this one. Like, can we do physics too? And so I was like, let's add some gravity and like, boom, gravity. Like, why not? Um, so just vibing out, just checking the limits and all this kind of stuff. Um, Also, these things can be interactive, right? Like, so this is a kind of a tractor grid thing, but I wanted to be able to move the point around with my mouse, right? Like I can select this point and I can just move it around and affect this. And of course, I have settings here, right, for different things. And of course, you can just keep, I didn't really go so far on it. You can keep adding more and more functionality. I went kind of furthest in terms of these examples with the tower in terms of adding functionality. Um, but yeah, you have kind of rotations and this and that and exports but then this one, most of the test was like about like some kind of interactivity. Um, this one, super shape is using, I saw that I want to use an algorithm for this kind of common super shape generator. So you have kind of the settings for this shape. I mean, what's cool to me also is that all this stuff is that we're doing here. It's all using 3JS like library. That's the libraries I told it to use. So things are kind of fast and can work in the viewport, which I just found really interesting that they're working there. Now, a cool one with this was like, I was like, can I sculpt it interactively? And sure enough, I was like, I want to be able to sculpt it like ZBrush so I can enter in sculpt mode here and I can just start sculpting it. I mean, I could go further and tell it about different brushes, but this was just like the first kind of brush, right? And that I asked about. This was like kind of the first shot, and I didn't go further than that for the moment. But it's cool, like you can do that, and then that also like stays with the kind of effect of the other parameters. So kind of mix of parameter use and manual sculpting, which I thought was really interesting. Um, what I also thought was interesting about this one was I wanted to be able to switch between some presets. Um, and it did it with this really nice, smooth transactions. Like I didn't really specifically ask for that. You'll notice as we go through this, um, when you explain things, it's going to try to do its best guess of, making what you want. And sometimes you get these artifacts, which are like features you didn't really even think about. And you can say, if you don't like it, you can say, actually, don't do that. Just switch, you know, quickly, but I thought this was a pretty cool thing, like that it was kind of nicely. Uh, all these are all created in which app? These are all vibe coded, which what we'll be doing today. This is just running in server, the browser. They're written with JavaScript, but not by me, by Codex. So, and yeah, so a bunch of different options here. Um, this one also made like an auto rotate. It was really liking auto rotates that day, so it kept adding it to my projects at the beginning, and I just didn't remove it. Wireframe modes. Yeah, you can check them out. They're all on my GitHub, um, which we'll see in a bit. Except for the FPS one and the image one, I, they might not stay on my GitHub, but these ones are there. And then another one, profile ring. And so, yes, the webinar is recorded. So, this one was interesting because I wanted to see, I don't know, it was kind of a complex thing to explain. I just explained this thing and I wanted this user interface here that I can pull and stuff. Um, and so yeah, I'm only using 3GS. You can literally tell it to use or do whatever you want. We've also already made it in Houdini. We have I mean, me and Oleg Soroko, we have what we call the OpenAI Wrangle, which just has Codex right in a Wrangle node, and it's just writing all the vecs there. You can also check a past webinar of ours from Denise Derrica, who was using AI in a similar way within Houdini. So you can get it in wherever you want. It's just like this is kind of the focus for today. Um, so just either tell Codex to suggest you like what should you use best to make the thing you're trying to make, which it does. I mean, that's how I came upon 3GS. I was like, I want to make these things. What should I use? And it was suggesting either 3GS or PJ5. So, um, but you can totally like just tell it to make actually the calendar isn't in 3JS, right? The calendar is in React and Next. So, based on what you're trying to do, it's totally everything like that is possible. Um, and so here I was just like, how can I? So this one actually I wrote like a very long prompt to try to explain what I want to do, and like the result here was pretty much, I would say, two prompts. I was able to get this. One prompt was about the kind of system, and then the other was about the UI. So in this case, I wanted like a nicer user, just messing with like more stylized user interface. So for instance, I can pull these to change the kind of profile. Um, I can twist it, um, can scale it, and then we can also like vary those shapes. Um, we can change the profiles to make it more crisp. Yeah, and you have a bunch of other stuff. You can add points, remove points, and then there's also like presets of the profile so you can see it change the profile here. Diamond, star. So just all kind of test stuff. For Codex, which one is we're using cursor. But you can use whatever you want. Okay, so now that we've gone through that, showing those examples here, let me come here. Let's go with getting the stuff that we need. And I'm on this computer. I don't have anything. I don't have this stuff installed so that we can do it together. Also because I don't exactly 100% remember, you know, install window by install window, everything. So want to make sure that we kind of do it together. So the first thing is cursor.com/download. And we're going to download Cursor. So just click that. And should go to your downloads here when it finishes. Okay. And we're just going to install that. Double click it. Okay. Okay. Accept agreement. Next. I'm just going to go like kind of traditional install. Yes. Yes. In this case, I'm going to, for simplicity of the webinar, I usually don't have these on my desktop, but I'm just going to create the desktop icon. Okay, next, install. So we're just going to let that install. Okay, finish. Okay. So let's just check in. Work. So if you don't have an account already, you should sign up. If you do have an account, you just log in. And yes, log in. You just need the hobby version. I think it's, I mean, when I installed it, it was called hobby, but it's whatever the free version is called. Okay, and okay, and continue. Pick which one you want. I like dark mode. And continue. Continue. And once you have it should look something like this. Right? This is kind of just what it looks like. And then I usually like there's this kind of button that's like the logo in the top right. If you just click that, it will give you you can see the different pane, the chat pane. You can also chat with with cursor. So we have this and we have this. Okay. And actually, what we should do, because I can tell that this is, let me see, help check for updates, because I know that there was an update yesterday and this menu is different. So I could, seems like on their website. Oh, okay, interesting. Open folder. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll look at that in a second. Okay. Okay, so we'll look at through cursor in a second. But first, I want to also make sure that we install Node.js. So Node.js is going to let us it is going to let us run like local terminals, local servers, so that we can test our stuff before making it public. So Node.js, so nodejs.org/en/download. And then Windows installer. Okay, now we'll just go and install that. I'll just do automatically install the necessary tools. Mhm. Okay, image. And then you'll see here, it's just telling you like press any key to continue, just let it go through its stuff. You'll get the thing that says like, do you want to allow this to make changes? Just yes. Okay. 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 And the other thing you want to do is you want to make a GitHub account. So again, just a free account is fine. I already have a GitHub account, so you just go github.com and make an account if you don't have an account. Um, just looks like this. Um, okay, now let's go to cursor. So we have cursor here, and what we want to do, the code, come now, sure, I'll install code. Okay, nice. Unable, great. I don't think we need it anyway, but we'll find out. So next thing you want to do is we're going to go to Codex's website. Um, so it's just chatgpt.com/codex. And then you're going to say try in your IDE. And in this case, we're using Cursor. There's also VS Code or Windsurf. The reason I'm using Cursor instead of VS Code is because Cursor is kind of like a new IDE, which is kind of more catered towards this AI kind of workflows. So just gonna click cursor, and it's gonna prompt you to open cursor. Um, and then so you'll get this. It'll open up cursor, which you see here. And it will say install. So you can just install. Yes, trust and install. Um, and now Codex should be installed here. So with Codex installed, we can just close this now. And you can see I have these two menus here. So I have the sidebar and the um, bottom panel. So the bottom panel is like your terminal here, which we'll just use to like launch stuff. And then here we have the sidebar. Once you've installed Codex, when you click this down arrow, you'll have Codex here. And what I do is make sure you pin it. If you come to that arrow, there's a little pin here so that it just stays there, just staying there. And then you'll have to, yes, open. You'll have to just sign in with your ChatGPT account. Again, if you have two-factor on, you'll need to put your temporary code that it will give you. And continue. Okay. Okay. So now we have Codex here. It's going to, it's going to, when you first start up, it's going to have some stuff down here, like just kind of like walking you through some stuff. Next, next, next. You can read through that. And then this is kind of how Codex looks here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of like how that should look once you have Codex installed. And okay, yeah. So why don't we take a 5-minute break and just make sure that you have those installed, which are, if you want to follow along, obviously, just make sure you get the cursor installed, you have Codex installed inside of cursor, you have Node.js installed, and you have a GitHub account. And we'll return in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Now, a few things that I want to talk about is that just just about some of the things within Codex here. Um, so here's Codex. There's this button here. We don't have anything open yet, but when we do, it will show our kind of code base structure there. And then you have your prompt box here. You have local, and you can also run in the cloud if you connect to Codex Web. I'm usually using local. Is it uses less credits, um, which we'll talk about in a second. Um, you have chat and you have agent. You'll see that this agent here is grayed out. Now that agent there, or as you see, it requires Windows subsystem for Linux. It's a separate thing you have to install. I'm not using it, but basically what that is like as Codex is doing things in regular agent mode, you have to kind of review and approve every single little step. And honestly, it's really annoying. It's very slow kind of workflow. So we just when we're doing things, we'll use agent full access, which just gives the agent full access to autonomously do what it needs to do based on what you're telling it to do. And we use chat mode to more talk to Codex about making plans and its suggestions. Um, you'll see here you have GPT-5, which is regular chat GPT. We have Codex, which is what we'll want to be in. And literally just yesterday, they announced GTP5 Codex Mini, which I haven't used yet, but you should test it out. Um, it's supposedly like a version of Codex which uses a lot less tokens, um, but maybe doesn't get as good result. Depends on how complex the task you're doing, I would imagine. Otherwise, they wouldn't have both options. So we'll mostly be in Codex here. And when you're in Codex, you have three different settings: low, medium, high. Medium is kind of like the usual you want to go to. If the task is like a super complex task, or if it's just not getting it with medium, you can go to high. High, low uses least tokens and is faster. High uses the most tokens and is slower. But high is doing like a deeper research, deeper thinking, and then low you can use for like simple things like I don't know, change the color of this thing. This thing, the simple things that don't require too much thinking, you can switch it to low. And then for the kind of most part, you can be in medium mode. Um, and when you're using those things, you will see that I'll go here. Going to go to if I go to Codex, right? When you're signed in, you can click your settings, or you can click your name and go to Codex settings. You'll see usage, right? And usage, depending on what plan you're on, it will tell you how much kind of credit tokens you have remaining. Um, on the Plus account, there's a 5-hour limit as well as a weekly limit. And this is just because there's, to deal with the amount of people. Also, there's credits. Yours will say 0. I have 1,000 here because at some point when I first started, there was some kind of promotion for credits. So I have them. So credits basically, if you go beyond your 5-hour usage limit of 100% or your weekly, you can purchase and use credits to keep going until those reset. Um, so that's where you see that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to close some of this stuff up. Download. Now, the kind of usual way that you should start here is when you're working with Codex or any kind of code base, you're working in like a folder. It's not like one file that you're working in. And actually, none of this, anything here, we're not going to be like saving um, with uh, with cursor. Like you don't save the kind of file with cursor. Um, and so I'm just going to make a folder here. We're just going to say that that's going to be our first project. So um, I think the first thing we'll look at is the kind of twisting tower. Um, Something like it. I don't, we're not going to be able to make the same thing, and everyone's going to get like kind of slightly different stuff, um, depending on what your kind of codex decides to do. Um, so name that folder whatever you want. I'm just going to name it with today's date, 08, and then I'll just name it like um, um, parametric tower, something like that. Make sure you spell it correctly. Parametric tower. And that's where you're what we're going to open in cursor, that folder, and that's where we're going to be working for this first examples. The other thing is make sure that you make this folder not in a cloud. So you don't want to be working in a synced Google Drive or Dropbox or Box. I think because the agents have a lot of difficulty getting past the permissions of those clouds. Um, but you don't need them with this workflow because that's the reason why we're going to be using GitHub. Um, so it should be somewhere local on your computer, not in any kind of like synced cloud, or else the agent's gonna not be able to do it unless you do some kind of stuff to make that work. But it's not very straightforward or easy because of these kind of permissions of these cloud writing files to these clouds autonomously. So you'll just make a folder. And then what I do is, again, this is just me. I mean, you can make it here and then eventually um, have Codex make the folder here. But I like to do it on my own. So if I go to, yeah, if you're in your GitHub here, right, you can just say new repository. New repository. And I usually name the repository the same thing that I name my folder. Description, you can give it a description. I'm just going to put the same name there if you want a description about your thing. Uh, I have, yes, I did make a Grasshopper plugin, but um, the the not with the API. Like basically, I used Codex to make the codes, but I just copy and pasted them because it's not. It was just quicker at the time of what I was doing than having to link up APIs and stuff to Rhino. Choose availability. Um, you can work in public or private. I'm going to switch it to private just because I want to show you how to switch it to public afterwards. So I'm just going to select private. Uh, and that's it. Don't add README because we're going to have Codex make a README file. I'll explain what that is. And then everything else just leave as is. Um, and then we'll create that repo. And then should look something like this. Now, if I go to my repositories, if you click your name, you can go to repositories. If you have made anything else before, you can see it there. So I just want to show one like the just again a past one like this attractor grid, let's say. Um, this is how it looks once there's code there, right? Like so there's kind of the code. This is the README that Codex made. What's cool is when there's a file called readme.md, which is a markdown file, is that GitHub automatically uses that to make kind of this file, like to display it on the GitHub website, and that file usually has like it usually has a description, has a kind of list of features, how to get started, list of controls, and kind of where you can see it. And all of this also, we have Codex just writing this and making it on its own. Um, so that's what the README will do when we make it. So I'm going to go back to our parametric tower. Okay. So again, all this stuff is like setup stuff, but once you have it set up, the actual thing, stuff to do is more just playing with prompting. So I just wanted to make sure that we kind of set up together, and anything we set up wrong together, we set up wrong together or right, because also this stuff is changing every day. I have a new update for Cursor, a new update for Codex, like yes, just yesterday the mini. So last time I installed it, which was maybe a month ago, is I can already see it's a little bit different than when I installed this stuff today. So, okay, so we have the um, codex, the usage limits, and just wanted to mention on the codex, if you go to general, right? So right now we're going to talk about a thing called guardrails. Guardrails are a set of rules for AI agents that you define that you want the agent to always follow in that session. We're going to through it in a text file. I like to do a text file, and that text file is going to be referenced per the session. But and I do it like that so I can have kind of maybe a different text file for each project depending on the project. But if you wanted like some overall global rules, if you go to Codex website and in settings general, there's this custom instructions. And whatever you add here is going to be what Codex follows all the time, no matter what. Like I don't know. I'm not going to add anything here right now because I do it with TikTok. But if you were like, always make a README file that tells summary of project, whatever, you can just add a bunch of, I spelled that wrong, stuff and save it. And then those will be things that like it always does. But I'm going to do it by text file per like the project there. But just wanted to point that out, that you have that kind of master global instructions as well. Okay. So now I'll go back to my usage again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a notepad. And I'm gonna first just save as, I'm just gonna save it on desktop for now. And I'm just gonna call this guard rails and just save it to desktop. What's interesting, and you can ask Codex about this, if it sees a file, I mean, we're gonna explicitly make sure that it reads it, but if Codex sees a file in your folder called guardrails, that's a text document, it understands like those are the rules it needs to follow. And I thought that was cool. that it does that. It's not explicitly stated anywhere, but if you actually ask Codex, like when you see guardrails document, when you see a document in the project folder called guardrails, what do you do? And it says when there's guardrails, I have to follow everything in there, and in guardrails mode. If you want me to stop following those rules, then you need to remove the guardrails text document from the project folder. So actually naming it guardrails is like a way to reinforce that it is looking at that. Now we're going to write some rules here together that I find useful as I'm working. Um, and yeah, because uh, sometimes these AI agents kind of take it upon themselves to do things, and they're not always bad, but you might not want them to do things. Uh, one that I do is don't push, uh, don't push to GitHub unless I tell you, tell you to. Why? It's not really going to mess anything up because GitHub keeps track of every push and you can always go back in history. So it's not like it's going to overwrite your work on accident. But it can be annoying. Like, I was using Codex before and it started like pushing after each time I was doing something. And the push does take it takes a small delay, which is annoying, but also it could like make a mistake and then push that version, and then you got to kind of like bring back the previous version, which can be annoying. We're also going to say don't pull from GitHub unless I tell you to. And so what pulling is like when you want to go back in history, you'll kind of pull from GitHub a previous one. This is also an important one, is to say to always, always push, always push, and pull with Git from my account, and put your account, so mine's Ecom Royer, with the email Ecom Royer at gmail.com. Why do I do that? Well, because sometimes the agent, if you have multiple accounts, like I'd have a few different GitHub accounts, um, and sometimes the agent will find actually an account you're not using and push to that account. It doesn't mess anything up. It just looks annoying in like the push-pull data structure that it's like pushed from a different email account or something. So I just make sure that it uses the one I want it to use. Another one that I like is sometimes, and we'll talk about tokens. So basically, token usage is based on like inputs set in and inputs sent out, inputs in and inputs out. And so what that is that like um, based on each character you send in and each character uh, GitHub responds to you, you get token usage. So what I'm going to say is one moment here. Let me change my audio. So what I'm saying here is be brief, concise, and avoid long summaries and filler words in your responses to save token usage. So I don't want it to like get super wordy with me when it's explaining things. Like I just want it to be just to the point and every kind of character kind of counts. Um, Another thing, you know, the good thing about these guardrails is you only have to do them kind of once, unless you're changing things here and there, but then you kind of have them, right? So now we do another one, and these I'm all adding are just from things I learned. So another one like make sure and I'll explain that. Make sure the document title matches the repository name. So the browser, and I'll explain this after browser tab always shows the repo name. So what is this? Well, this is because before when I was making these pushes, I want, you see here like how each tab, browser tab has the name of my repo, and that's kind of like the name I want to show there. Before I had explicit that, sometimes Codex was taking liberties on what it was kind of naming the project behind the scenes, and here it was naming it like Twisting Parametric Tower, or here it was naming it like um, something calendar or super shape generator, and I just wanted to stay kind of with the name that I gave the repository. So that's all that's going to ensure. Okay. Um, Another thing is when you're using GitHub, kind of standard thing is that let me find GitHub, um, the branches. So GitHub works in branches, and for the most part, we're just going to be using two branches. One branch is like our main code base branch. So let me go to one that has code base. And then the other branch is going to be like our GitHub pages public branch. So you can see I have two branches here, main and pages. So main is where your code is. But for some reason, sometimes it was renaming this to something else like master or something. I just want to stay with main because that's like the kind of known default main name. And I want to make sure it doesn't rename that when it's making its pushes to GitHub. Um, So we're going to say make sure, make sure the document title matches the oh, I'm typing the same one. Don't do that. This is so on the first git push, make sure the default main branch is named main. Do not change the name to anything else. Um, and then the other thing that I want to make sure, it should do this by default, but you'll see each of my pushes here, each time I pushed it, you know, for this project here, when you make multiple pushes, you can see the whole history of that in this commits tab. So here you can see it has each kind of time I pushed, and you can see there's like a little description of like what was like the main thing changed or fixed during that push. Um, and um, it's a good question. If you don't have it named, like you can explicitly tell it like see this file and make sure you follow it, and it should follow it. But we're gonna do that anyway, just because I like to just make sure. But I just know that guardrails like automatically should do it as well, according to what Codex tells me. Um, so there's that. Um, so we're gonna now give it the rules. say give each Git committed file or folder a unique description based on what the commit was about. Your wording doesn't need to be exactly this. This is just what I wrote. It's pretty good. I mean, it's natural language. It should figure out what you're talking about. I don't know if it matters if it's upper or lower. I've just been doing it like the way I wrote it, which is just like with a capital G. I don't think it matters. Okay. Now, what we want to do is this is really useful for you, and if anyone's going to ever download your thing from GitHub, is this part, the README file, right? And it's cool that we can have Codex just make its own README file too, based on what it's doing, which will tell us like a little summary of the project, the features, how to get started using it if you were to download this repo, um, the kind of different controls or features, and then kind of deploying it. And if there's a live demo, which we'll make, like you can click it there. So what we're going to say is, let's say create an initial readme dot md, which gives it. Now this one needs to be like that, capital readme.md, because GitHub reads that file like that when it's there and makes that kind of summary on the page automatically. Create initial readme.md, which gives a paragraph, summary of the project as as a whole, as well as a feature list, getting started, and controls and we want it to create at the first. So at the first push, commit to GitHub. I mean, you can also just do this all without any rules and just let it do what it wants and kind of correct it as you're going as well. But these are just rules as I was using it, like there were things it was doing and not doing that I wanted it to do and or be more consistent about. And so the other thing is just like we were talking about the tab naming before, I also want to make sure that it uses the same name for the header of the README. Sometimes it was changing that name. So I'm gonna say the readme.md header should always be the same as the repository. Okay. And now what I wanted to do is as we work with it, I wanted to keep updating this README so that by the time we're done, it's updated, right? Because it's going to make an initial version, but as you go with your stuff, you're going to add new features, change things, and it should update this document based on this kind of outward-facing summary and features list based on the current status of your project. So we're going to say update the readme.md before each push. Each push commits to GitHub to include any new, include any, let's say, major new features. Getting started or controls. And I'm just gonna comment don't update the read dot md with minor changes. So I wanted to kind of take liberty, like, I don't care if I change the color of something from blue to red. Like, I don't really need to know about that in this document, and I don't want it to update that document with like minor little things like that. But if it's like a kind of bigger, and again, this is up to Codex's discretion, but it's pretty good at understanding what's like major and minor. I don't want to like, um, I don't want to, if I was making a big thing, like if I changed something big with the system, like now you're able to manually sculpt, then it should add like that we can manually sculpt and, whatever, some new feature or something. Another thing is, as you're using it, when you're kind of working with GitHub, you can see sometimes when Codex is doing work that it's also keeping track of the like what's different between what you're doing now and what's in GitHub currently. And we don't want it to keep track of that so much because we only care about it to look at the difference between what you're doing and what you have there at the time of a push. Um, it's not really affecting anything negatively if it's keeping track after every single thing you do um, behind the scenes. The only thing is it just like can make the time between each prompt like feel slower, and it can use some tokens. So we're gonna say don't keep track of git commit after each instruction. And well, or git diff caching. This is what's called git diff caching. It's kind of caching in its memory the difference between, but it's just really not necessary. Like it should just do it at the time of the push. Um, only it's just trying to be more efficient, but it ends up using some tokens. So only check changes when merging and pushing to Git. And the last thing we'll add for this is don't compact the context, and we'll talk about this one unless I tell you to. And we'll talk about what context is right as we get started. So I'm going to do save that. Save. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that. I'm going to just copy that into this folder, our parametric tower folder there. And so now what we're going to do is I'm just going to go to that repository, that new repository. And then I'm going to come here. Let me open cursor bigger. And in cursor, so how we get started is you're going to open that folder. So if you go open folder, right? And we'll just go to that folder. So that's this one, parametric tower, select folder. And you'll see it do this, whatever, right? And so now we've opened a project. Last guardrail, actually, and I'm going to attach it here. In a minute, we'll take a small 5-minute break so everyone can make sure they have their guardrails. So once you see that I've opened that, you'll see that the layout changed a bit. You have this top bar, you have the editor and agents. You also have a chat here on the side, which we don't need, but you can chat also with Cursor's AI. So Cursor has an AI too. You can use it as well. It has agent. Cursor has its own agent as well called Composer. Um, it's fast, but it's not nearly as good as Codex. And also to use it more, you need to obviously pay for Cursor, but you can use a few times free per session. But it's not nearly on the level as Claude or Codex. Yeah, it's like brand new. Like they just came out with their own agent like a week ago. Like all this stuff is like happening so quickly and all that. So um, you'll notice that I want to have the terminal down here. So if you click this or just Control J, you'll get the terminal down here. And you'll notice the terminal now says the folder that we're looking at, right? Here's the terminal here. Um, and yeah, so that, and you'll have this here in the middle. And what I usually do here is, I mean, you can see code here, we're doing it, and when we get to it, we'll open a browser. So you can use a browser right in Cursor, like you don't even need to have a separate browser for when we want to test things. And so, just gonna click Codex here. Yeah, so yeah, we'll talk about I just need to make some context first before we talk about it, but yeah, it was about context. So I think I can, I'll open it here. Let me just open it. Notepad, of course. Just try to make this open. And I think I can just patch it here as well. Guardrail, open. Okay, so should be able to download that. And if you didn't get time to read up on it. But make sure that, I mean, this is the one thing that's specific to me. Make sure it's specific to you, this guardrail here. And so let's take 5 minutes to make sure everyone's got their ground up guardrails and all that. And we'll be back in around 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so basically we should have where we're at now, we should have Codex opened here. From this menu, I have it pinned. So when you want, you can click a pin to pin it. Codex there, and we have um, project folder open. So we went to File, Open Folder, and we opened our folder of the project. And in that folder is just our guardrails text so far. And to get this bottom here, the terminal, you can just do here, I think, yeah, Control J. You can hide and show terminal, or you can just click this button up here, which is like this bottom pane, and this is the terminal, and it should save the kind of folder that you're in. Okay, let me bring this a bit bigger for now. So the way that I like to start from here is we're first going to with agent. Yes, when you first click full access, it's just going to say like it's just going to give you this message that it will be able to edit files and whatever. You just continue anyway because that's what we want. So agent, we're in GPT-5 Codex, and yeah, I'm just going to keep it on medium, but you could technically switch to low if you want. And first thing I'm going to say is sure you read the guardrails .txt in this project folder and follow follow those rules. And we're just going to send that there. So on the first kind of thing, you'll see it's kind of like because we just initiated it, so it's just getting used to our system, and so it's telling me that it read the guardrails and noted all constraints, ready to proceed under those rules. Okay, so it read those rules. Now you'll notice when I set that first thing, now we have this kind of percentage here, right? Now this percentage isn't this, right? It's not this kind of thing. You'll see I went from 100 to just 99 because of like the kind of first stuff I was doing there. It's not this first, not this. What this is the context, right? And so all of these agents, whether it's Claude or Codex, whatever, they all have what's called a context limit. And it's usually around this amount. So for this codex, the context limit is 258,000 tokens, right? And what that is the limit of this chat session, right? And what context is basically all that conversation you had is being stored in Codex's memory so that it can quickly reference that. But it doesn't mean because I've run out plenty of times, it doesn't mean that if you run out, that's it, right? You just start a new chat and you continue from there. The only difference is that let's think of context like imagine you went out with your friends and you had a 2 hour long conversation, right? Now, if you go home, you wake up the next morning, and you're thinking about this kind of conversation, you're not going to remember this conversation word for word, everything. You're going to remember the highlights, the key moments, right? Um, so that's kind of like if you started a new chat. So when you start a new chat and you're still in this project and you're telling it to do things, um, it's still going to understand because it's looking at your code base and all that. It's going to still be able to do things and know what to do, but it's not going to remember specifically the chat that you had. So if you have a new chat and you're like, I want to change this thing from um, red to blue, um, obviously it's going to look through your code, see where that is the color, and it's going to change it to blue. Um, whereas in the current chat, it's going to be able to do that as well, but it's also going to remember like why you made it red. But that information isn't really necessary after a point, you know. And actually, it's recommended when you're using agents to clear the chat because the longer this memory gets, like if this gets to 100% or 90%, you can actually feel the model getting a little bit sluggish because instead of using its reasoning, which can often be faster, like just looking through your code, it's also looking through this very long conversation you've had in the past, which might not have always very relevant things or extra things, and it's trying to look through all that too, which can kind of slow it down. Um, so that's what context means. So don't fear like if this goes over that, oh, your project is done. It just means that like it can't specifically do any more in that like memory. Um, and so that last thing we're talking about compacting the context is another thing. If you really wanted to stay in that context, you can tell Codex to compact it. And what compacting does is it will take the entire session you had and it will basically shrink it to be just the important stuff, just the summaries of things, just, you know, it'll just be like very um, more like brief about it, and it will like bring this number back down. The reason I tell to not to do that unless you wanted to is because and this only happened to me once, but it's what made me put this rule is I was doing a thing and I don't know, for I wasn't even like I was maybe about 40% and it compacted the conversation. And when the conversation's compacted, it makes the conversation more for Codex and less for you. It becomes a little bit like disorganized for you as a reader. Like you wouldn't really use it because it's kind of like makes it in a way that it's easier for it to understand in terms of the way it summarizes things. And I didn't really want that at that moment. And that's why I'm telling it don't compact. But when you want to, you just say, you know, you just write there, compact this context, and it will, you know, it will do that. And it's a little bit of a delay, but then at some point it will kind of shrink down. So that's that. Um, so I also want to, yeah. So the way I start every project, and again, you don't have to do any of these things that we're doing specifically. It's just I think these are good practices that seem to be working well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna explain like what we're gonna ask or explain what we want to do, right? So what I'm gonna do first is I always go to chat first. I still keep it in Codex because we want it to be thinking from a code point of view, not like a chat GPT regular kind of point of view. We want it to be thinking about code. Um, and I'll say something like, um, let's see, you just kind of explain what you want to make. So like, say, I want to make a parametric tower generator, which is um, I don't know, stacked uh, for some geometries. Of geometries which have parametric slider UI controls to control things like twist, like control things like twisting, scaling, um, so twisting, scaling. I mean, I like to start, you can be like very long. I like to sometimes start like more vague and just see what the heck it does, you know? Like twisting, like twisting, uh, height, height, number of floors with gradient of, of floors for twisting and scaling where I can set minimum and maximum values. Um, and the interesting thing is, I mean, we can all do this kind of same exact thing and we'll get kind of different stuff. I also want the tower to have gradient coloring from the bottom to top. Gradient coloring from the bottom to top. And I can say, uh, we can say, I mean, I know I want to use 3GS, but we can just say what, actually, if I tell it, I'll say I want to use this in local host. Local host is like the kind of browser why we did Node.js. Local, use this in localhost on a browser. Which libraries and dependencies should, okay, and we'll submit that. And see, you can see here it knew 3, right? It recommended 3JS. It's recommending what to use for the GUI and all that. Okay. Tween.js for gradients. Dev tooling Vite or Parcel for log. So Vite is going to be because of that's basically with Node.js. Okay. So this setup lets you run and then install 3 little GUI and optional helpers. Okay, now I want to say make a make a plan for the first version of this. Yeah, I mean everyone's going to have different. I mean, like this is the thing with AIs, right? I mean, it's the same with Midjourney or anything, right? Like you will never get the same image even with the same prompt. But they should be kind of suggesting you similar kinds of things. And if it isn't, you can just say, if for some reason it's not telling you 3GS in this example, and you want to use 3GS, say, no, I want you to do it by 3JS, you know. Make a plan for the first version of this um, generator. Something like that. Generator. So it's telling us, so this is the plan. And you can add things, not add things. You can keep talking with it. So it's going to telling me that it's going to define requirements, adjustable parameters, floor counts, blah, 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 blah. Build a rendering baseline. It's going to implement the tower generator functions. It's going to add parameter gradients, map sliders to easing curves, support separate min-max twist scales, selection, apply coloring. So it's basically telling you what it wants to do right now, like based on the plan. Um, so now, once you have a plan, you like it. If you don't like it, keep prompting with it. Say, actually, this, whatever, until you get the kind of plan that you think looks good. Now we're going to go to the agent. It's because the agent can do things. And we're going to tell the agent, I'm going to say, I'm going to say install. Let's how the I want to say install the. So I'm having a bit of a brain moment. Yeah, install the dependencies and libraries. Install the dependencies and libraries. And create the initial code base structure and starter code files needed into um, into the current project folder. Now it knows which project we're in because if you remember, we went file open project and you can see that we're in that folder here in the terminal, right? So I'm going to tell it to do that. And then I'm going to open this up here. So now you can see it's these things. You can see each thing is doing, and also when you're doing tasks like this, you'll see this 0 out of 4 tasks complete, and it's telling you each task that it's going to do. Now, there are some things right now that are going to take a bit slower because this is on this computer that I'm teaching this from is the first time I've done any of this. On my other computer where I've done this before, it already knows my folder, like it already knows my computer's folder structure and systems, right? So um, things can take a little bit longer here. But you can see, if you go to your folder, you can see it's making the source files folder, node modules. It's making the proper files for using with GitHub. It's creating the index, it's creating the JSON packages. If it doesn't show the tasks completed, then yeah, I mean, just make sure you're in agent mode and you're using GPT-5 Codex. And if it's not showing that, it might not be like yours might not be at a step yet where it's doing the tasks. It like comes here, like it looks like this, and you have to expand it if you want to see. Yeah, if there's any kind of permissions that pop up or when you switch to full access, because you have to tell it like that you want to allow it to make changes to your folders. like here I can see that it's like on this initializing project for Vite, um, that's the Node.js and the local servers. Like that's never been done on this computer yet, so that's going to take a little bit, so. Also, as it's going, as it does things, you can get these, you'll see where it's changing things in the code. If you're into like the code and want to check that, you can always click one of these and see like 3 files changes. You can view all the changes, even if you click that or any of the others. It will bring up like here, like the code and show you all the code it's adding and changing and this and that. I will say that there's two things that determine kind of speed here. Those two things are um, your computer, right? Mostly your CPU, in terms of this like reading and writing. And then the other big factor, like the biggest factor is your internet speed, right? Because you're talking with an agent, right? And this agent is, somewhere um, in on the internet, and so you're talking with this agent. So the kind of internet speed plus CPU is a big factor in this kind of stuff. So you can see here it completed 4 tasks, all 4 tasks. It should be finishing up now. Now I can see that it's checking the README file to update that. Also, sometimes as it's doing things, you'll get this little notes, like for instance, outlining 3GS Tower app. And if you click it, it's going to tell you, like, I'm mapping out the detailed setup to build a 3GS app with a twisting. So it'll like kind of tell you what it's doing in that step. I'm working out how to efficiently create and update the tower's instance mesh, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it finished. So it finished working. Changes. It built the full 3GS scene. Uh, generators. It replaced the default styles with, okay, canvas layout, frosted instruction card. That sounds interesting. That's more curious to see what that is. Um, sync documents, made the README. Yeah, okay. Oh, I need to tell it. So we'll go tell it to go to Git with the HTTP in a minute. It wanted to check Git at first. Okay. So now that you have the code base, like the kind of base code base there, E5 editor, yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, Codex is really a beast for me. Um, so okay, so now we have made the kind of initial code base. And what I want to do is push it to Git. So I want to get it like familiarized and hooked up to that my Git here, right? Um, so what I'm gonna do is on my GitHub here, uh, you go to your repository here, and you'll see that there's this HTTPS. This is like the link to it. So we're gonna copy that. Um, and I'm gonna say push this to my Git here, and you're gonna give it the link, HTTPS link, and so this. Now, I guess I didn't install Git, but seems like it's going to install it. And then, so I just got a pop-up. I don't know if you can see in the screen share, but it says like, do you want to allow this app to make changes, Git for Windows? And I'm just going to click yes. That's just because I guess I forgot that you need to install Git for Windows. And so it's okay. Codex is just going to install it for us. Yeah, it's here. Like, so your thing should look like this. So if you go to repositories, you should see that. I mean, I have a bunch, but you should see that one you made. And when you click on it, you'll be in a page like this, and then it's here. There's HTTPS is the default in this link, and you just copy that link. And again, because this is the first time I'm doing it and it's installing it, it will take a little bit longer than usual. Than it will from now then on. And this stuff's always kind of like the slowest when we first set up with the computer. Once you have all the right stuff installed and this and that, and it's kind of initialized them once before, like it all goes pretty smoothly. I have a pop-up down here, it seems. Yeah, so you'll get a pop-up. You might get a pop-up like this. That you can see it came here. It says just to sign in to GitHub. So I'm just going to sign in with browser. Okay. So now if I refresh, we'll see we have our whole code base here. Okay? And we have our first thing here. We have it made the correct thing. It made the description features this. It has the code here. And I just want to note that with GitHub, just so you don't get confused once you have something there, is that, hold on, let me just, why can't I drag this? Okay, there we go. If I look at our folder on the computer and in GitHub, you'll notice there's some things not in GitHub. There's not this node modules, right? And sometimes there's other folders and things that don't go here. The reason is because kind of Codex and GitHub are pretty smart, and that it's only going to push things that need to be pushed and tracked. For instance, this node modules folder with all this stuff, I can literally delete that folder and it's okay. It'll be remade the next prompts and stuff I do. This node modules is like a temp cache of things. And so you wouldn't push like temp caches to GitHub. They're just not needed. They're generated when you're using and making the app. You don't need them here. And so you'll also see that I have hidden folders shown, and there's this hidden folder Git. Again, this is just about the ability to push and pull to Git, and so that also is not here. Yeah, I clicked browser. I've signed in with browser. I just signed in with the browser and it just brings you there. And Okay, so now if we push it to Git, I'm going to say, I'm going to tell it, I'm going to tell Codex, I'm going to say make the first version of this project based on your plan. Something like that. And we're going to submit it. Yeah, I mean, it might have made something, but usually, I mean, based on what I told it, it made like what was needed for the the base code structure, which might have included some of the design elements, but I just want to make sure that it actually now makes the actual first version like using all of its plan, not just like thinking about the base code base. So it might have made something, but I'm sure mine did too if I checked it, but it might not have captured everything specifically from the plan, if that makes sense. Like at least based on what I told it, it should have just made like the code base, which probably made something, but maybe didn't capture everything. So now, like for instance, here I can see with this, with telling it to do that, what it did different new now is it added stylization to the canvas. So it might have not had some stylizing, added some TypeScripts, it built gradients. Yeah. So now, uh, now we should have something that we can run. And so you can use a separate browser because you have a local host now. Um, or you can use Cursor's browser. I depends on like what I want to view, what I do, but let's look at it. Now, how do we run this to see it? Well, there's one kind of like key command here, which is this one, next steps, npm run dev. This is the command to run it from the terminal. So you could copy paste that and just paste it here. Oh, don't know why that looks weird. Let me just close this terminal and refresh it real quick. Um, Something with my paste there. Okay, yeah. So npm run dev. So I just copy pasted it there and then enter. And we'll see. What does it do? Error. Why error? Okay, let's see. Running scripts is stable. And for more information, see that execution qualities. Blah, 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 blah. Weird. Hold on. Cannot be loaded because running scripts is disabled on this system. And I think I think this might be because this laptop is using OneDrive. Um, I think. Let me see.
Okay, so I'm going to switch over to my desktop just because I know that my desktop doesn't have these security issues. So here, as you see, the kind of folder in my desktop is, just a folder in my um, computer's D drive, hard drive. It's not like with OneDrive, any kind of cloud security stuff, which was causing problems. So when you don't have that kind of cloud security folder issues, when you want to start up a project, like we have this Parametric Tower open that we're working on. In this case, you just can use npm space run space dev, enter, and that's all. Like, see, that's how it should work when you don't have those security issues, something like this, and it should just tell you like the local host, and you can control and click that to get this up here, um, and open it that, and you can see it opens fine. You can also open it in Cursor's browser. So if you just click Open Browser, it just went there by me for me automatically. But if it doesn't, if it's not, I'm just going to delete this and enter. Well, if it's nothing there to begin with, just copy this here, paste it here. So if I close out, you can see. So, in this case, it's opening automatically, but if it doesn't, just something else goes there, just copy that there, whatever it's telling you here. And then also you can, if you don't want to use that npm run dev, I usually use it because it saves some tokens from having Codex to it. So again, npm space run space dev. So I'm just going to open up this again so that the browser is closed. And I can just, since I'm on my desktop here, I'm just going to do a new chat here. And I'm just going to say, we'll just have Codex do it. And yeah, so you see it kind of popped out popped it out here in CMD command line. So it should be able to copy this. And yeah, see. So yeah, so now we'll switch back to my laptop where we were having the security issues with running that, and we'll show how we can ask Codex to, if you have a problem like that, they can't figure out the kind of fix around it, we're going to ask Codex to fix it, and it will make some kind of like, resolution for your problem. In our case, it will make like a temp patch that it can run the server in PowerShell around that security.
So C and C. C. Oh, PowerShell executes by blocks the image, so it's the command line blocks. This only relaxes policy for current process. Alternative run image which doesn't enforce. Okay. So let's see if Codex can you change. So, we change it so it runs with a I don't know. It's something to do with security on my computer. Did anyone else get that, or was anyone else able to get it running? So it seems like it's fixing it. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it here because I see it mentioned OneDrive, and like this is what I was saying. Like, um, it can have problems with using clouds, but actually on my laptop, um, for some reason, it's set up that it's only using OneDrive, not like that on my desktop. Um, but let's see. So start the dev server, execution file blast baked in, just run dev bat public void. Okay. And let's see. Does that mean I can do it here now? No. I'm just gonna tell Codex, can you run it? Can you run it? Or I can test on the local server. Okay, so it's going to run it right through PowerShell, which is fine. I could have done that as well. And you'll see we have this local host here. And so I should be able to Shift Control B will get me a browser here. No, what is that? That's not what I wanted. Here we go. So here we go. And like it's very dark, like some others mentioned. But that's okay. We'll fix it. Now, if you're, again, this was a problem with a local server because of my computer is using OneDrive. Some of you mentioned you can just do on my other computer, which is not using OneDrive, my desktop, I can just do npm run dev here and it will work as well. But sure enough, you can just tell Codex fix it and it will fix it for you. All good. How do you find the open browser? It's telling me, Codex will tell you whether you get it here with npm run dev or you get it here, or you tell Codex to do it. It will provide you with it, and you can just clink it and save it. Yeah, I mean, if you have to reboot, then reboot. It sounds like you maybe had some issue with your Node.js install or something, because you said program programming for Node.js or something. So just, yeah, if it asks you to restart, just restart what you need, and yeah. Okay, so we have something. That's cool. And obviously it's too dark. And let's see, is there anything here that would be about that? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess just restart whatever. Like if you restart cursor, it doesn't matter. Your chat will be there. Like just click on that and you'll have task history and you'll see this chat and it will open the same way. you don't need to save anything from cursor. That's the point of like it's making files here, and then you're gonna push them. So we have a first version, and I just want to make sure that we capture that to Git. So I'm just gonna say push this to Git. Now I don't need to give it the path anymore. It should remember it from before. So I'm just gonna say push this to Git. And I'm gonna open up Git here. Get back to PowerShell. You can ask Codex to do it. This is the easiest way. Like if we really want to take advantage of this agent, or you can just, you can just type search for PowerShell, Windows PowerShell. This terminal here is also just running PowerShell, but we needed to get around it for my case where it's using OneDrive. Okay, so it pushed it. So if we go here now to Git, if I refresh, I should see, things that are new now are pushed new. And now I have 2 commits. This is my second push. So if I click that, I can see my history. So this is the first push, and now this is the second push. So in the top button, there is a toggle panel. Do you mean this one here? That's, yeah, for the terminal here. Yeah. Now we should be able to also, if I go here, should be able to also take this, and if you see here, there's open browser, or you can do Control-Shift-B, and you can just do this, and you can view it right here in the browser here. If you want to like not switch between windows, you can also view it here. Okay, so let's say now, let's tell it that the scene is too dark. Too dark. Can you add proper global lighting so we can see the tower better? Did anyone get it? Like, was anyone's not dark? Like, what did some of the rest of you get? Oh, well, if you do npm run dev here, and if that works, if you're not in like if your desktop's not like with the cloud, like OneDrive, it will just give you the link. Or if you're doing it, if you're asking Codex to run it, see, it's here. It just gives a link here. Usually it looks something like this. It's like HTTP // and then like usually a bunch of numbers and stuff. Okay. So it's still looking dark, but I think it's just because I think it's because the tower color is black. But I do see the lighting got better. Yeah, of course we can. That's the thing. Like we can get it to do anything. Like if we look at my previous one, which I did the problem right, like we can change I can change the background color to whatever. You just gotta like Yeah, you just gotta start somewhere, and you could be specific or less specific with your initial prompts, and then you kind of like work from there. I can also change, for instance, the gradient here, um, whatever I want there. So now it's about just like asking Codex to do things until you get it right. So um, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna push this one, right? I'm gonna say you don't need to push every time. I mean, there's always a risk that you'll lose a work up until you push, but I still think that you need to do some stuff. So I want to say the tower floor meshes are colored too dark and uh, colored too dark and not showing gradient. Um, I'm gonna tell it color the tower as a single mesh, and um, we're gonna say put the colors on um, mesh and color it by for instance for vertex for instance vertices. So basically, I'm just going to tell it like I want to make sure that it's coloring it by the vertices. Like if you work with Grasshopper, you're familiar with this kind of like that the kind of colors goes, especially with gradients, goes by the vertices. I think that's why mine is so dark. So let's see. You do have to change it to public, but it's not as easy as sending them the GitHub link. But I'm gonna show you how to make a link that you can share. Codex is going to do it for us. Right now, we're only can do on local, and local server is only for you. Like, if you send me your local server link, it's not going to open your stuff. Or operational npm. Do you have Node.js installed? Yeah, I mean, let's check the credits. Let's go here. Codex. So far, we've used barely anything for our weekly limit. We use 10% for the 5 hour limit. Um, but it won't always be like that. I mean, this is because there was a lot that it had to do in the beginning because it's the first time we used GitHub and all this stuff, and there was a lot that it had to do. So, okay, now we can see it. And now we have a gradient. Do we have the gradient? Not yet. It's going to build the gradient. So that was the problem. It wasn't coloring it by vertex. It was coloring it in some other way. Okay. Okay. Let's see now. Okay, we have this. Okay. It's just funny because right now, of course, when we're teaching this, it's like being particularly um, annoying with this gradient. But let's check other things real quick. Just refresh that. So let's see what we have here. So we have just moving my, you can't see it, but I'm moving my zoom windows out of the way because they're covering my controls. Okay, floors. Okay, floors are working. Floor height, so distance between floors, I guess. Slab thickness, okay, that's working. Slab radius, okay, so it went with circles. Let's see, we have twist, but we can't really see the twist because circles. So that doesn't really help us. Okay, we have this, and we have this here. It gave us some options for, so we can see that the scale is working. I'm sure the twist is working too. I just can't see it because they're circles. So we're going to change that. Use in and out, linear, bottom top. It has an auto spin, which I'm sure is working also, but we can't see it because it's circles. Okay. Let's, okay, first thing now I'm going to say, oh, let me find my chat too. I want to make sure I can see the chat. Where did you go, chat? Chat is here. Okay. Chat. If you have any problems, like you saw what I did here, like I just, whatever it's telling you or any problems, I just copied it, pasted it into Codex and said, this is errors I'm getting. What do I do? Or can you fix it? Like this is kind of first thing I would do. It'll either fix it or tell you how to fix it. As it did for me, it gave me like a workaround to get around this cloud. So I want to say, what did I have here? How did I call it here? Just trying to remember what I said. So for here, I had segments, right? Yeah. So here I was able to create segments. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Let's say in the in the in the structure menu, in the structure menu, um, add a slider setting called segments, um, which controls how many segments make up the floor shape, so it isn't just circles. So four segments would make square. Four segments would make square floors. Three segments would make triangle, triangle floors, etc. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, to see it in the local host, just tell Codex to run it in the local host, or use the npm run dev if you're in this version, and if you're without the cloud, and it will give you a link, and you like this, and you can just click that or copy it into a browser. Okay, so let's see what's happening. Reviewing geometry setup to identify where the floor geometry is defined. Then it's going to add a segment parameter, update the slab geometry generation, and wire GUI sliders, and test build and summarize changes. Okay. I can see it's already working. Nice. So it's kind of updating things as it goes. Like, so sometimes you can catch the preview before it's even done. Right. So now I have this segments. I can make triangles if I want. Okay, cool. Happy that that works. Now we can see that there is actually now we can see that there is actually an auto rotate on this. Okay. getting running CMDC and run dev. Oh wow. Running. Where are you seeing that? If it's saying something like that, is it saying it here, like in the context window? Or in um, the terminal? Because you said lower right. Is that the terminal then? Or this is the terminal here in the context window. I mean, you can expand it or you can just ask it why it's running so long. But if it's running CMDC, then it should be running PowerShell. So it just should mean that it opened up a PowerShell window. Like you see that I have here. I mean, personally, I would just ask Codex, like just, you know, I would just tell Codex run it and it will, it will do what it needs to do to run it. And then it will provide you with the link here. Like this is what I said. Can you run it for me so I can test on the local server? And it's like, it launched a dev server in a new window. It ran PowerShell and ran prepared instruction for ports. And then it ran a separate PowerShell window with this and gave me the localhost link. Yeah. It's can be weird. Like a lot of this issue, like the local host is just like the issues with that are often around security. And with the clouds, I don't know. I don't use this laptop often, but I notice like a lot of Windows laptops are using like a OneDrive by default, and I never changed that. That's why I was getting issues here. Like on my desktop, I just use npm run dev right in here, and it works fine because my desktop isn't using like a kind of OneDrive as its based system. I'm sure if you dig into it, there's probably some settings in OneDrive to allow it, but I don't want to like kind of waste that time now. Point is that you get it open some way, and usually the easiest way is just tell Codex to do it, and it usually can just figure it out, right? And the local host, it has nothing to do with if your project is working or not working. It's really just like a viewer, like so a local viewer before we do anything kind of public. Okay, so we have this, and so that was cool. And to me, that was kind of a big change, changing that geometry. So I'm gonna definitely push that to Git, push to Git, push to Git. And we should see Git. Now, one thing I want to also mention, and I haven't tried it yet, and I feel like I don't want to try it in this webinar because I don't want to like create any problems. But with your usage here, like I said, like literally just last night, like they released this Codex Mini, which according to them is almost as good as Codex and uses 4 times less token. So try it out. I just don't want to mess with it right now in this webinar. I asked it to run in PowerShell and it's still working. What does your folder look like? Is your folder like OneDrive or something like of the sort? Um, yeah, you might have to go back. No, I mean like the project folder. See here on my terminal, see users, even within this, it's OneDrive desktop. whatever. But is it OneDrive? I'm asking is if it's OneDrive. I don't. It sounds like maybe something went wrong if with something you install, or check if you have anything down below, like if anything popped up um, that you have to approve or accept, or yeah, just make sure that everything is there, and yeah, it should work. In the worst case, you can just do what I did, which was um, just do like this server, and you might write something like really just you can say something like PowerShell. So if you say PowerShell, I asked it to run it for me in PowerShell, and it's still working. Still working means what? That it's like just like mine is. It should still be working. Like it should be open. Right? Like it should. And then because it's I mean it's running, and then it should give you a link. So um, you can say something like, "Can you run this project from PowerShell so I can do it on a local host and I'm typing this into the chat. So, on localhost and provide me with the um, uh, localhost URL. Okay. Okay, so we pushed that. Let's just check. Push that. Push. Where was I? Oh, this is the wrong link. Wrong page here. Pushed it. Okay. Now, I think that this is like so many, like, so now you can change, like, if we want to change a bunch of small things, you can switch it to low to save some stuff, and we can say like, this is where you can take a chance to maybe restructure the menu, name things differently. Um, so I can say like make segments max. Um, I don't know what looks circular. It's just annoying that it's like 100 max. I don't know 30. Okay, make segments slider max to 30. You can give it a bunch of stuff like um, gradients, blah blah, motion. I don't know. Make uh, make auto spin. Make auto spin. I want it off by default. Auto spin off by default. Um, yeah, I guess that's fine for now. Let's just do that so you can see on kind of low mode. I actually wanted to ask it to get rid of this. I don't like this menu that it added for me in the upper left corner. Um, did anyone here get it working like in a different way? Like, what did other people's look like? Do you have gradients? Do you have any kind of menu or kind of, you know, let me know. curious to know what other people got as well. Floor, side, segments. Okay, so now segments should only go to 30, yes. Okay, that's good. And auto spins off by default, good. Okay. And another thing you can do, which is cool, is you can use, you can add context. Yeah, I also want to, I mean, we just made this tower. You can tell it anything. I mean, and what we can do some more examples. I mean, we can go. I'll like to go longer just because I know uh, the biggest part about these things is like all the setup and like explaining what things are and what it is and like how things work, and that's like the hardest hurdle. After that, it's just like playing. You know, you just get to play with it, and it's like a lot of fun and sometimes unexpected, and it's just really cool. The stuff you can do. Um, so now I want to say. Like I don't like this menu, but I also don't feel like explaining to it what specific menu. Um, so I'm gonna take a screenshot. Take a screenshot here. And I'm just gonna plot this. And I'm just gonna circle this menu in red, just to make it easier. We're gonna say I just put that, save that on my desktop, and I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna click here, add context, add image, and let's get that image here. Gonna add that image, and I'm gonna say, can you delete this menu circle? Circled in red on the screenshot. This menu circle red from screenshot. Let's see what that gets us. And there you go, menu deleted. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, uh, about connecting vertices with lines, get them to adapt. I mean, it's all about like explaining things properly. You can even, like I just did, you can try to use images, so you just have to get the idea across, and sometimes it takes a few attempts, to get what you want. Yeah, so this is a good question, actually. I'm just going to push this to Git. Again, like I'm just going to push to Git. I push to Git a lot. It doesn't matter. The cool thing about GitHub, I have no idea how to do it, but it's free. Um, but it's like unlimited. I mean, you can just push all the time. Push, push, push. It'll store everything forever, like every state. So now I have like my past. I've done 3 so far. And let's say I really wanted to go back to where it was here, you would just tell Codex like, I want you to, I want to roll it back, pull from my GitHub, and you just copy this, whichever is the identifier of that push or pull. You say pull this uh, um, this commit, and it will like roll it back to you know whichever one you want. So that's how you kind of version control, and I could do that a bit later in a bit. Um, Okay, so export, right? Perhaps put a command for exactly. So you can say, I want to export this mesh as yeah, we can say obj obj as dot obj add add a menu tab called um, export, and in that tab, add a button called, let's say obj, called obj when the obj button is clicked. And obj file of the mesh, including its vertex coloring. I want to include the vertex coloring, even though my gradient isn't working at the moment, but I still want to include it. Including should be downloaded to my downloads folder. Okay. Submit. Can check the task. It's going to select the current scene, going to determine best hookup export, implement OBJ export capabilities with GUI button, ensure vertex colors preserved, and download triggered, run build test relevant. Okay. But yeah, like the bulk of this is just about setup. And to be honest, it's really not that difficult of a setup. And then we just, we play. You just play and you add things, you remove things, you change things, and until you get things the way that you want them. So it's not done yet, but I can see that it made the button. So we have a button there. It's probably not functional yet. We'll let it finish. Okay, it finished. Wired exports and payability for classes with only warnings, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to go to the browser here because I want to, let me just refresh this. And so if I click OBJ, download OBJ. Okay, OBJ is there. You can get more in depth with that. You can like, you can say like, you can tell it to add functionality. Like when you click the button, I want the prompt to come up that I can, I don't know, maybe have some OBJ settings, maybe be able to name the file. Right now, it's just naming it, whatever. And yeah, we can, I don't know, we can test that. We can open, I don't know, we can open Rhino or something. Let's open up Rhino and let me get this downloads. Let's get this parametric tower. I don't know how it named it, but it named it in some way. And what happened to Rhino? Where'd you go, Rhino? There we go. And let me just bring that in. And, I'll just import it. And there it is. Yeah, perfect. Dated. And oh, it does look. It's like just doing the yellow color, or maybe is it doing? Oh, it is doing the gradient. It's just weird. So it is working actually. The gradient, just the colors are not displaying well in the in the localhost viewer. Probably something with the lighting. But yeah, there's the export, and you can be more specific, about how you want your exports and stuff to work. Yeah, exactly. This is like you can have settings like, add a click button to make Z up, add a this, that, this, whatever. Really, it's just about telling. I mean, we can sit here all day forever, just like adding cool stuff, you can maybe do different export options. Even can maybe do OBJ, FBX, STL. Go through the whole list. Why not? And yeah, I'm just gonna push again. You can see now when I push to Git, like it's faster, like in general. Oh, you know what? I just realized also I'm still in low mode, um, but still working some stuff, so that's cool. How did I dock the browser into cursor? Yeah, so if I just um, um, I'll just close it here. Um, you can see it's like this, and there's like open browser. Like cursor has its own browser. You can just like click it, open browser, and then if it's not there already, you just have to go to your localhost address and you can have it there. Do not have those commands. Um, sounds like, I don't know, kind of sounds like, do you have this here, like agents and editor, for instance? Like agents. Um, yeah, so that on the right side, so cursor uh, has its own um, agents and chat. But first of all, we're in the free version, so it's limited. Like you only get a few agent usages. But also it's uh, even in the paid one, it's not as good as like Claude and Codex. It's like still new. So that's kind of like um, the built-in AI chat and agent with cursor. But we're using over here, we're using Codex. So you can do actually, I mean, if you have a paid cursor, you can do all the same stuff here. But it's like not as good as an agent, like you can check online. Um, they just came out with their agent like a week ago. It's marketed as being like a very fast agent, but honestly, I don't care about speed. I care about like how good it's making the stuff. If you don't have those menus, it sounds like it sounds like you might have an uh, older version somehow. Maybe have an older version or download older version. So if you go to help, check for updates. Because the new version, like it wasn't like this before, but the new version has like this agents editor before file. Um, yeah, so you might have to restart. This is, but anyway, it should be here, open browser, or you can do Control Shift B. Will open the browser. Okay, so we did that. Another thing that's cool, that another thing I did with this one is wrong one. This one um, is I asked it that I also want to be able to save states. So you see here, like um, this window here. This is the previous one. So I said like that I want to have states. So for instance, I can save this configuration as a state. If I click that, it adds it to this menu here. And so, if I change something, I don't know, I'll say that as another state. Now I have two states and I can like go back and forth to my different states that I've saved, different configurations. Um, so that's also something you can do. In that case, I just said like, I want to be able to change the states and save the states in a drop-down menu. It's sending me to DuckDuckGo. Just because you have to you have to put your localhost link in the browser. Otherwise, it will probably just, I think mine went to DuckDuckGo when I first opened it, and then I just pasted this here, and like it brought me to my thing here. Okay. Next things. Let's see. I want to change this. If I change this, look different. If I maybe make a different, more harsh kind of color. Yeah, I can see it now. Okay, I see. I think it's just something with the lighting. Okay, now I see that it is actually working. Just the lighting in this localhost server soon. What command prompt did you write to get the image screenshot to save the particular view? I don't remember exactly what I wrote, but we can try it. Refresh this. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. I'll just try to explain it basically. That's kind of like the workflow. So I can say like I want to be able to save different configurations and switch between them. I'm just gonna add the button in the export menu. So say in the export menu, add a button called um, let's say save state. I want to be able to button called save state, and uh, um, when clicked, it saves the current configuration. Um, under the save state button should be a drop down menu of the state, which uh, name the state in numerical order as they are made, like state one, state two, etc. And here, and I should also make sure um, uh, it should have a default correct text um, for when. Um, top. Let's go for it. I'm just gonna paste this here. Let's see what happens. Um, So these are the times when um, while it's doing these tasks, you can also be, chatting with ChatGPT on the side about maybe new features, new things you want to do, or whatever else you're kind of doing. But the idea is you kind of just get these tasks, let them run. Um, so I can see here. I'm going to open it here actually because it's just easier for me to see it. Um, I don't know why there's this huge blue thing at the bottom, but I'm going to try to get rid of that. I don't think anyone else probably has that, but mine seems kind of cut off in a weird way at the bottom. So I have save state. I mean, put it up there. I would have preferred it below. We can tell it to change that if we want, but so let's see. Okay, it says that it's done. Let's see if it has actually done. So let's see. Let me change something with this. I'll change this. I'll change this. And I'll change the segment. Something like that. Make it more obvious. Yeah, okay, like that. Let's save that as a state. And let's see if we can switch back. One. Oh, that was yes. Two. Okay, yeah, it's working. So that works. So yeah, something like that. Again, it's really just uh, push that to get. It's really just about explaining what you want it to do and try to get it to do those things, which usually it does get some form of them. So let's push that. Then okay, so that's pushed. I'm going back to medium. Let's check our usage. So we didn't really use that much still. In low mode was using that so much. So now I want to say, I don't know, there's like this blue bar on mine. I don't know if anyone else has anything weird. By the way, I'm really curious to see what you all will do and make. So make sure that you, when you're making stuff and whatnot, like to, if you post it or something, like tag me or design morphine so I can see it. Curious to see what you all do with this power. So I want to say like that, I don't know, there is this, or how about, it seems like my canvas is cut off or clipped. Towards the bottom portion. Can we fix it so not this clipping of the viewport? Okay, cool. Fixed it. That was annoying me. I don't know what that was, but I also want to add like a grid. I want a grid. I'm just gonna say, can you add a grid? Can you add a grid to the ground? Actually, can you add can you add an infinite infinite grid to the ground plane, which is light gray, and we'll say gradient disappears in the distance, similar to um, Houdini. Houdini has a nice grid. Let's try that. Thinking. Nice. Nice. And it fades in the background exactly as I wanted. And of course, you can feel free to, ask it for give you controls over the color and thinness of the grid and controls over whatever you want. Just um, ask it to make it. Cool. I also want to make I want to set some defaults real quick before I push again. I want, let's say, make the segments default to 4. Um, I want to say, I want to be able to make this scale bigger. So I want to say, let's uh, make max scale slider be able to go to 10. And I don't like this gradient. So I want to say, I want to say the colors that I want. I think I want like a red, easier to see. Maybe like a red to a green, or maybe a blue, red to a blue, kind of cool. So I'm gonna say make the bottom color default. You can just copy this. I see it's giving me the code here, so just copy the color code and make the top color default to this color. Okay. How is everyone doing? You're all making some interesting changes and edits. Anyone got any interesting edit they messed with? Okay, yeah, this is better. Yeah. So let's push this. Push. Okay. Okay, trying to fix the black tower. What worked for me is, and I know because it was when it was doing that to me, it was trying to it did that to me once, like in the past, and it was I looked in the code, and it was because it was trying to color it per mesh, and instead, if you try to do a color, try to do a gradient like per mesh, it kind of messes up. So you want to tell it to color per. So let me see what I said here. I said color the tower as single mesh. Yeah, you want to tell it to do it by the vertices. So try telling it this. Yeah. So basically, when it's black because it's trying to use a gradient, but on like the color of the mesh where it should be using it for the vertices, because for meshes for gradients you need to color it by the vertices. Um, and so if you try to use that, it's just using like kind of black if it's not. So, um, now the cool thing is um, just to mention, as it's doing this kind of work that it's doing before, you can actually, if you're into the code, you can see in each step to view the changes. If you click view changes, and it's just gonna show you like green is new, red is like removed. Um, so you can check out all the code there as it's doing things. If you go to here, view changes from the main, yeah, so you can see again here like what it deleted, what it changed, red, green. Um, so I can see here it made the default segments from 24 to 4, or change the custom colors from these colors to these colors in code. Okay, so we push that. Now another thing I want to do is I want to be able, like if you see here, we have these twists and stuff. Um, Let me make this now bigger because now it will be cooler. Yeah. Uh, we have this like, I mean, mine gave me these options for ease out options, ease in options. Um, I don't know if anyone else has created that. I don't know why mine created that, but it's cool. Um, but I want to be able to use graph like I showed in that other example. So I'm going to try to do it the way I did it then. Ignores the different shapes. The segment text, it ignores the different shapes. I'm not sure what that is. If you can explain a bit more what you mean. A square, triangle. You mean 4 segments isn't making a square? Yeah, so I mean, um, yeah, just tell it. Say like say like the segments aren't making like different shape. Like 4 segments should make this, and 3 should make this, and like you know, if there's something wrong or something not going the way you want, you have to just kind of like explain it um, in a way that it until it fixes it and gets it. Um, sometimes you get lucky. I mean, actually, not lucky most of the time. In my experience, it's getting what I want from kind of all the things I've done with it. But sometimes it doesn't, and you have to just kind of like try a few times to get anything. And really, it's the problem of just like you know explaining abstractly ideas to something, and has to kind of figure out what you're trying to do. So what I did for that was firstly um, came here. I liked Grasshopper's graph mapper, so I just opened up Grasshopper, or you can find a screenshot, or maybe you like maybe like Houdini's graphs or some other graphs, but I'm just going to use grasshoppers. So I want to just open grasshopper so I can take a screenshot of the graph mapper. Okay. Yeah. Graph yeah, graph type. I want just use them. And I'm just gonna do something like this for the screenshot. Like this. And I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Something like that. And, okay. Now I'm gonna say like I'll start with the scale. So I'm gonna say I want to be able to control the scale gradient with a Bezier curve. Oh, Bezier curve with 2 points. I can go around to change the curve. I'm gonna say make a button. Let's say make a toggle, make a toggle button in the button at the bottom of the scale gradient menu called, let's say, use graph. When clicked, a UI curve should pop up a Bezier curve window. I'm going to click I want to say draggable, because I want to be able to move the window around. Draggable Bezier curve window. Actually, maybe try to explain it like draggable window should pop up when I can move the 2 points to change the Bezier curve, which will affect the scale gradient. Oops. Or I can move the scale gradient. See the attached context page to how I want the as a UI element window to look. Let's see, and I'll add that image, and we'll send that over. Let's see. Okay. But it might not work, might right away, might work, we'll see. So I can see here it's designing graph overlay. Planning an interactive UI overlay that lets the user toggle a use graph mode for scaling as yeah, control curve. Okay, so it seems like it understands what I want based on reading it, what it's going to do. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it's I just think like if you are in this webinar, you're kind of ahead of the curve because I don't know why so many people, I mean, maybe because it's kind of newer, but it's like so many people aren't exploring this outside of iPhone apps. And it's just cool to use AI for like design in a way that's not just like image generation and visualization. It's just like super powerful. And the important thing to remember is like what you're seeing right now today is the worst it's ever going to be, right? Like this is the worst version it's ever going to be because it's just going to keep getting better and better. And in my opinion, it's already crazy. So Vibecode is yeah, it's a term like new term like you can search online and yeah, it's just the name that has been given to this kind of um, coding by prompting, like kind of coding by vibes, coding by ideas and thoughts. You can use P5.js instead of 3.js. I mean, you can use either one. Um, but there's no AI right now. Like there's no AI agents right now as powerful as Claude and Codex, and so especially if you really examine the code that it's making, like the code base, you know. Yeah, Android, yeah. But I mean, colors, whatever. I mean, this is just 3JS. I mean, you don't have to use Codex. Doesn't just do 3JS, right? It can do anything. I mean, it can make anything. You saw the stuff I made before. I mean, made a calendar app. Why? I don't know. I just wanted to try it, but this isn't in 3JS or anything like that. That was using like Next and React. Um, Same with that like image generator I was making for billboards, right? Like um, I'm just using 3JS is kind of like what Codex suggested and is a good thing to use for this kind of like let's say parametric geometry. But it doesn't have to be here. It can be wherever this can be supported visually, basically. Um, okay, so this is done. So let's refresh. Um, let's see. Use graph. Okay, we got a graph. And actually it made it like the colors of grasshopper, which is funny. And then it works. I mean, this is such a complex thing. Like, if you imagine like the things that the AI had to do to figure that out and make it work correctly, like just from my like probably not even that great description and an image, like it just kind of got it, and I think that's really powerful. Um, exactly. And you can change it. You can make it UI. Like this UI is just kind of like a default UI, but like you can definitely mess with the AI. Like, and this one here, um, this one here, I was like, I want the UI to look more like Apple style iPhone, iOS app, right? And I told it the colors and stuff, and it like made it look like this. Kind of same with this one too, like the UI that was here. Um, so you can mess with all that stuff too. But at this point, it becomes a bit like um, what I've shown already is like, well, I'm going to show also now like how to push this publicly. And we can do a few more examples. If you want to stick around, stick around. If not, that's cool too. It'll be recorded anyway. But aside from making the public page, everything from here on out is just going to be like, if you have an idea, just like tell Codex to make that idea. That's what's left. That's it, right? Like everything else in the technical end, we've already completed, right? Like it's just setting up the thing, and then it's kind of pretty easy from there. The only place it gets a little bit more tricky if you want to make an app that allows users to prompt, then you need to, and Codex will help you with that. Like then you need to like get an API key for Codex, which it costs money per use, and then you have to hook that up through a server, like I showed from render server. Like it can't just be on GitHub. But again, I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, and I was able to do it just by Codex. Like can do some things, and then the things it can't do, it will tell me how to do it. Like it can't access like things like my API keys and stuff like that for security reasons. So it'll tell you, okay, you need to put your API key here, here, here. So um, now this is cool. I'm gonna push this. So let's push this. Push to Git. And anything you don't like, just tell it to change, right? And we'll change it. Oh, I also want to show you, just in case you don't know how to, like, if you make a mistake or like you break your code. I definitely broke the code a few times and had to roll it back. So I just want to show you how to roll it back. It's really easy. Okay. Um, one thing I want to do is like this menu. This menu works, but I want to be able to like drag it. I did explain that, but I think it thought I meant this, which I do want, but I also want to be able to like move this menu around. So let's go here, and I'm gonna say I want to be able to um, drag the what is it? What is it calling it? It's calling it the scale gradients. Okay, I want to be able to drag the scale gradient menu. I want to be able to drag the scale gradient menu around the canvas. Make it um, all right. Yeah, and the same thing, like say you want to do this for twist, just tell it the same thing. Just say use the same prompt, and say, instead of scale gradient, say twist gradient, right? Like once you have a prompt that works, you can use it for the other parts too. You can do it for the color as well. Like I did in this one here. I added it for the color and all that stuff. Like I made it a dark mode. Basically, I want to be able to drag around like this. But I had size, I had rotation. I had it hooked up to. Sorry, my zoom menu keeps getting in the way. I had it color, right? I can adjust the color gradient. Um, so just change the prompt to do the next thing that you want it to do, you know? Let's see, where is this on it? Right? So view changes. Okay. Yeah, I like that comment before because I think a lot of people didn't think how easy it will be once you have it up and running. Um, and then the thing is just like, it's really the game is like, okay, now how do I make all the cool stuff I want to make without running out of credits? Like I'm personally at the point where I'm probably going to go to Pro Plan because Pro Plan has like almost unlimited um, usages. Okay. Okay, let's check here if I can drag this thing around now. Yeah, cool. Now I can drag it around. It's not stuck in the bottom corner. And still I can see it's still working. So cool. You have a graph. And I'm not going to do it now, but you could stylize it. So, make the graph dark gray, make it this, that, whatever. Um, so I'm going to push that, push to Git. There's two plans for ChatGPT, Plus and Pro. Codex is tied to both of them. Just Plus has less usage, and Pro has a very big usage. Like it's almost unlimited usage. Um, so if you're doing a lot of stuff and you find yourself running out, the thing is with I mean, Claude is the same. Like Claude is like $100 a month for the max, and ChatGPT is $200 a month for the Pro. But as I mentioned in the beginning, like ChatGPT gives you like so much stuff. Like you have image generation, so you don't really need like all the other image generators that you might be paying for. You have Sora, you don't really need all the other video makers that you might be using before. You have the upcoming there for Mac now, but coming later for Windows, you'll have Atlas, which is the agent-powered browser. And then you get custom GPTs, and you get a much better Chat GPT. And so, just like to me, that's why I kind of choose the kind of OpenAI ecosystem. Um, whereas Claude is in terms of coding, like equally as good, and so many people are using Claude. But it's just like for the coding part, like it's like where in the Chat GPT, like the coding part is Codex. Okay, we push that. Let me check real quick before. Yeah, one other thing I wanted to show for this, and then I'll maybe do I'll show how to make this public, and then maybe we'll mess with another example that's more interactive, like the attractor, um, something like that. But like, we'll kind of try to one or two shot it. One shot or two shot means like one prompt or two prompts to get it, um, versus here where we're like kind of like messing with a lot of stuff. Um, Let me say, like, one thing I want to say is color gradient. I'm gonna say um, I'm going to say, okay, let's say um, uh, let's say make. I know it's not a color gradient, but I'm just gonna tell it to put it there. Make or I want to have some preset options for scene lighting. Um, in the gradient colors, in the gradient colors menu, add a add a drop down, add a drop down menu, add a drop down menu called in the gradient colors, add a drop down menu called I don't know, lighting, sure. Um, in the menu, make 5 uh, scene scene lighting uh, options based on, I don't know, the most common, I don't know, most common um, scene lighting used in 3D software. I don't know. Let's just see what that does. It's still going. Now you'll notice I'm always in kind of medium. Sometimes I go to low when I remember to go to low for smaller things. Um, and then I haven't tried mini yet, but should try mini if you're trying to save up on tokens. High, I've used a few times. One case where I used high was that um, image generator with the API. I wanted it because it was like a more complex setup, and I wanted it to really look into the best way to set all that up and all that. So, okay, so set it done. Let's check it out. Let's see. So we have this lighting tab now. We have some options: studio cool, sunsets, neon, high contrast. That's cool. So in that case, I just left it up to Codex to figure out like what are some kind of like cool defaults, you know. We can also tell it to make better shadows and this and that, you know, anything you want. Sure, you can like it's. I know it's a hard concept to grasp, but like you really can do anything because it's code. I mean, you can make anything, um, especially if you spend enough time with it. Like you really can just you can go crazy. I mean, uh, I saw a guy in X. He like pretty much with Codex. He like pretty much remade Photoshop just so that he doesn't have to pay for Photoshop anymore. I mean, he like made his own Photoshop. You know, so like you can as long as you spend time with it, it can do all the stuff and make you the stuff and um, yeah, it just takes credits and thought, you know. um, Here I'm just showing you kind of basic stuff that you can change, edit, and all this kind of stuff. But you should let your imagination kind of run wild a bit, you know. Combine all the apps into one. I don't know if it'll be soon, but I think we'll learn how to put this public on GitHub, and then we might do like one more example with a bit more interactivity. But it will be recorded, so don't worry about it. But other than what we're going to do right now, which is putting it to public, the other stuff is just going to be like more for fun. But it's the same idea. You're just telling it ideas, and it's making the ideas, right? Um, um, about multiple apps into one. Yeah, why not? I mean, that can be part of tell it like I want, you know, if you were here and you were like, okay, I'm just, you know, I'm not gonna do it, but if you're like, okay, I want this, you know, generator to be one tab, um, I don't know, make another tab on the top that switches me to the next generator. I don't know, something like this, and you can then make the next generator and you know switch them because it's all just going to be in the code, right? So um, that's kind of like UI stuff. So you know, maybe you get like um, maybe you add like a tab. Um, you know, maybe you have up here like on your UI a tab that's like letting you switch, you know, between different generators or something, you know, like that's totally doable. Just like tell it to do it, you know, and then make what is the like this is the tower, and then make it, you know, design what are the other generators you want to have in there, you know. Or maybe it's less specific than the generators. Maybe you want to make something more general, which is a bit more involved, but maybe you want to, I don't know, remake something like Grasshopper, make a node. Maybe you can make a node editor. Why not? I mean, it'll be more involved. It will just take more prompting and more credits. But you can say, okay, in this project, what I want to do is I want to make a node editor. And in that node editor, there's sliders, there's plus, there's minus, there's transform, there's, you know, if you're thinking about Grasshopper, like you can totally do that. Why not? Okay, let's talk about first. Did I push this last change to Git? I want to make sure I did. I did not. So let me push this. Push to Git. Oh, one cool thing a lot of people are doing is making like games too, like video games and stuff. There's one, um, or like that. There's what is this? remix.gg. I mean, you could do this in Codex too, but there's an app. This is just like those other apps I showed you that like you can vibe code apps for App Store. This one specifically is made to let you vibe code games. And you can play all the other people's games too. Why not? Start game. Right? Now I'm playing this game here. I mean, these are all games people vibe coded. There's like tons of them. So they kind of catered their thing to specifically make games for their platform, but you can totally tell Codex, I want to make this, you know, asteroid shooter game that does this, and it'll use a library. It'll probably want to use phaser.js, which is a popular library for game making. It's called phaser.js, as opposed to 3JS, which we're using here. To probably use phaser, assign the human. I think it's not sure if I'm human. Yeah, so this is phaser. So it's a JavaScript library specifically for the use of game making. Why not? Try it out. Could be fun. Make some games. Okay, so we pushed that to Git. So now what we want to do, we want to make this so that we can share it with our friends. And the easiest way possible is right now is to do it with Git. And to do that, what we need to do is we need to go to settings. So once you're in your repo, so make sure you're in your repo. So this one was this parametric tower. You're going to go to settings here. And you're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And we're going to first change the visibility to public. So you go change visibility, change to public. And you say, I want to make this very public. It's going to tell you the risks. The risks are people can see your code. That's basically it. Like anything you were trying to keep a secret isn't going to be a secret anymore. That's fine. If you really care about your code and you're like, I don't want anyone to see my code, then you should make it public through a third-party service, either on your own website or on a server like the one I did with this site here, render.com. It's like a free server. And you just ask, again, like ask Codex how to set that up, and it will set it up for you. If not, any steps it can't because of security reasons, it will just tell you exactly what to do. So anyway, go here. I have read and understand these effects, and then make public. And then sign in. I don't know what this is asking. Is this my password? Doesn't really. What is it saying? Verify. Use your password. I wish it was telling me what that means, but I'm gonna just switch to my password. I don't know what that XXXXX is, but you can just use your password. Okay, so now it's public. You can tell it's public because if you go back to the code area, it should say public here now. There's like a little public. If you wanted to make it private, again, you do the same thing, just scroll all the way down and the same button, but now it would change it to private if you wanted. And then what we're going to do is in settings, you see GitHub has this thing called pages. So you click pages, right? It's going to just look like this. And we're going to get Codex to set this page up for a special version of our repo, which is going to be run the project publicly. Other than that, so you can just send a link. other than that, since you're public, people could also just they can just download um, the code. They can download your code base, and then they would just have to run it through PowerShell, like on a local server, like you're doing now. But for most people, that's kind of annoying. We just want to send them a link and let them mess with it, right? Um, so what we're going to do is we're going to, and we're going to be a little bit specific here. Um, we're going to say, and the things I'm going to write here are because of they're not exactly needed to write, but there's just sometimes Codex was doing some things I didn't like. So I'm going to say create a GitHub pages ready version. Create a GitHub pages ready version of this project. Make sure path to required folders and files are relative. That needs to be. So I'm telling it to be relative because um, if you do like a kind of a direct path means like, when it was making this code, it didn't have in mind that this was going to go other places. So it may have coded references to things. So if I go to my code base here, you can see it here on the side here, or you can just go to your folder that you have it, right? These projects aren't just one file. They're a bunch of files. They're different code files, different HTML files, all kind of different things that are all referencing each other. This file is referencing this file is referencing that, this one's referencing, whatever they're referencing. This is kind of how code bases work. What we want to change is right now, there's a chance, I haven't looked into it and I'm not really going to look into it, but there's a chance that, let's say this file is referencing something from package. It might be referencing it like by the actual thing, like C users, Ecomar, OneDrive, desktop, blah blah blah, to find it. But if you share this publicly, you or like whoever you're sending to doesn't have that path. So what we want to do is a relative path. And what relative path is going to do is it's going to chop it to basically to here, right? It's just going to only take this part, and it's going to say the path starts at within this folder. So if you ever used like InDesign or Houdini or these kind of things, you should be familiar with like what a relative path is. But it's basically going to say, instead of looking at paths that are exact, look at them as if, doesn't matter where this folder is, look at them as if they're in that folder and not anything specific beyond that. So that's why we're specifically going to tell it, we're specifically going to tell Codex to make sure that in its kind of package it's going to make for the GitHub pages version that files, that paths are relative, basically, to all kind of files. And then I'm going to even just double make sure, ensure all is rebuilt with relative paths. And then we're going to push this. I want to push this. I mean, you could push it to main. The problem is if you push it to main, you're going to override your localhost version, and your localhost version isn't going to work. And you're just going to have the version that's for public, which is going to be a different code base and stuff. And I want both. I still want to have my main. So we're going to say push this to a new branch called GH pages. Okay. It doesn't need to be called that. That's just what I'm calling it. So you'll have here that. So if we go to one of my other projects here, I'm just going to switch to a different one that I've done already, like this attractor grid. You'll see out here, my attractor grid, I have main and I have GH pages. And GH pages, the code base looks like this. It's much different kind of code base, right? It's set up in a way that will work with that public sharing. And Codex has set it up that way. So now I have that one, and then I have main, which is like my main code base, which I can, host on servers or local host. So let's switch back now to my repositories and go back to parametric tower. Someone asked about where to set it to public. You just go to settings and you come all the way down to this change visibility and click it and change to public and just follow whatever prompts it brings up. Okay. So we're gonna push it, push it. Actually, no, I meant to push to a new branch called GH pages. So there's no branch GH pages. It's gonna make GH pages and it's gonna push this kind of new setup to that branch. And I want to say, do this without overwriting the local workspace. Leave main and my local files untouched. Again, just ensuring that, because it's going to make this special version that's just for the public use in this GH pages branch, I want to make sure that it doesn't override the code base in my local folder here, because I still want to, that's the code base that you're still going to use to work off of, right? This is your code base that works in localhost and the kind of main code base. And we don't want to override that with the GH pages one. So let me copy this. Yeah. And I see I have a typo here. Oh, okay. Enter. Okay, let's shoot that off. You can see it's, preparing GitHub pages deployment. So it's V10, okay. Running PowerShell, running build process. Gonna open up GitHub here. Pushing the branch. So it's made the changes. Preparing dist only commit. Cleaning up the work tree. Okay. Next time is okay. So now if I come to GitHub, refresh, I should have see, now I have a GH pages branch, and in that branch is the code set up for public use. Now, the only thing, important to check, and we can check here, it didn't mess up our files here. And our main is still intact as it should be. And then all you need to do is go to settings again and go to pages. And you can see if it doesn't do it, you can set it, but just make sure that your branch that page looking at is set up to the GH pages branch and the root, not docs. And you want to have the source as deploy from branch. It should do it automatically, but if it doesn't, just make sure that. And then you should just have here, you have a site, visit site. And yeah, that's your public site that you can share with anyone. I can share this, with you. Now, now that you have that, what I like to do is then I'll say update the readme.md MD file, including any new features added. Even though we have it and it has been doing it, but just want to capture it one more time. Like we have it in the guardrails. Update the readme.md file, including any new features added since the last update. And I'm gonna say end. I want to add a deployment section at the bottom. And what that looks like is if I go to one of my past repos, um, basically I want to add this to the README, which is deployment. Now that we have a public site that tells people how to use a public site, whether they download your code or if they want to just check the live demo, and it will have like the link there. So I want to add that to the README so that it's there on the repository page. Just makes it nice and easy for you and others to find it. So you can see right now it doesn't have that because we didn't have a public page at that point. So and I don't put it in the guardrails because not everything I make or you make is necessarily going to be public, and you wouldn't have it there if you didn't have a public site. So last update, and I'm going to say end. Add a deployment section to the bottom of the readme.md, which tells how to build locally and deploy the GitHub pages page. Also, add a link to the GitHub pages live demo there. Okay, so let me just put this here and here. Yeah. Okay. But as you're working, if you come to a point where you make a tool, you're making it for people to use. I mean, this GitHub Pages is cool for like a quick, like, hey, check out this thing, like mess with it. But if you're trying to make like a real thing that people can use, you'll want to, host it in a real place, like a website or something. So, and you can just ask Codex to do that. and how to do that. Dictate. You mean speak it? That's a good question. I haven't seen it here in Cursor. Um, Actually, I don't know why they have it, but I think on what's interesting is I think on the Codex, we go to Codex. Does it have? I mean, I know if you use it through Chat GPT, like has dictation, but um, I'm sure you can find a dictation too that can just write in this box as well. It's a good point though. I mean, why don't they have it? Like every other prompt box has it for Codex except for this one in Cursor. But you have to remember that Cursor and Codex are two different companies, right? Or maybe they don't have it because they want to make their thing stand out more than Codex and Claude. Because I can see in their chat they do have voice. So maybe it's a sneaky little blocker, on their part. Um, what you could do is you can, in this chat, you can just write it, like dictate here and just copy it and paste it to the Codex one. Why not? For now. Um, but yeah, I don't know why it's not there. Either it's an oversight or they haven't gotten to it, or they're just trying to like sneak this at Codex and Claude somehow. I don't know. So anyway, okay, so we have that update README. And you see here, like it's saying, let me know if you want the README update pushed. And that's because in my guardrails, I said, don't push without me telling you. Otherwise, it probably would have pushed that without me telling it. So I'm going to say, yes, push the updates to Git. You don't have to be specific because it's smart and it will know that you mean to push it to main, because it understands what things go where now that we have the main and GH pages. Yeah, I'll show you how to get a previous pushback. It's just pull. It's really easy. Like you just say pull and copy the thing you want, the address to the thing you want to pull back, and I'll do that next. So I'll make like a mistake, and I'll pull it back after this pushes. I'll try to like mess it up somehow. I'll make the background bright red or something. Okay, so now it's updated that, and you can see it knew where to put it in main. Once you've explicitly mentioned something, like don't have to like um, um, do this kind of over explaining. Like now, when you're working, so now if I start working again and I say add this, do this, it's still only going to be doing it to the main. Um, Even if you push, it's not going to push it to the GH pages. If you want to get your update over to the GH pages public version, you have to just say now, after you've already established this, that it's making a GH pages and how to make it and make sure paths are relative. You don't need to explain out again. You say, also push these changes to the GH pages public thing, and it'll do that. I'll show you that as well, but yeah, that's how that will go. So now, if I go back to GitHub, GitHub, where are you, GitHub? So if I refresh, so yeah, now it added deployment section and it has the link to our live demo, as well as information about running it if someone was to download it and wanted to run it on their own local server. Also added like the kind of last features that we added, and so that's all nice and neat. I can just click this and go to the public version. Okay. If anyone's made a public version, feel free to share the links in the chat with everyone, so other people can check your stuff too. That can be cool. Okay. So now, let me see here. So now, what we want to do is let's like mess this up, and I'm just gonna mess it up in a simple way. I'm just gonna say like make the make the background bright red. I don't know. Usually, mess up is like usually if you sometimes you'll ask it for super complex thing and it won't work right away. Um, you'll get like an error. It'll like say like some error message on the server, or it will like be just like an all white screen, and you'll be like, hey, I have this error, or hey, my screen's all white, and it can try to fix it. And if still some time and it doesn't fix, might just say, okay, let's roll it back and start again from where it was last working. Um, that's the usual way. So let's see, is it home? Oh wait, is it nothing else? Maybe it's just this scene background. I don't see red. Is it really like the one thing it's not going to do right away is the mess up I'm trying to make? So okay. Uh, uh, yeah, the right side window. This window is that's cursors, AI chat, but we're using Codex. So it's uh, it's not as good as Codex, and especially if you don't pay for a cursor, you only get like a few uh, prompts with the agent. Um, if you pay for cursor, you can use their agent, and also you'll get access to um, Codex and Claude, but it's like API access. So it's actually cheaper. If you know you're going to use one, it's cheaper to get that one, like Codex or thing, rather than paying the cursor fee, which gives you like if you have a plan with cursor, let's say it gives you 1,000 tokens, and you're allowed to use those tokens across any of the available APIs, Claude, uh, um, Codex, whatever. But like if you're going shot for shot, it's actually cheaper and you get more. Like if you were just using Codex, then using the Codex CLI, which is what we call CLI. It's like the kind of plugin because you have uh, Codex, you have a GPT account. You get a lot more uses out of it than by using it via API from kind of Cursor's plan or these other services plan. But it's good, like if you were someone that was using, Claude as well as Codex and as well as, like a lot of people are using Claude and Codex together, like to cross-reference and check each other's work in more complex projects, then it makes sense to not pay for ChatGPT and not pay for Claude, but just pay for something like Cursor and use the APIs. I don't see that it's red. I'm gonna say background in the scene still looks blue. Make it red. I don't know. I don't know why it messed like why it didn't do that, but whatever. Oh, come on, I just want to mess something up so I can bring it back. Don't make it so hard. Resolving background color override issue. Okay, finally, there we go. horror red. So let's say you did something like this, and it wasn't something as simple as changing the color, right? Like, because right now I could technically be like, actually change the color back, and it'll make the code again to change the color back. Let's just say you just really mess something up. It's erroring. You can't get out of the error. There's no way to fix it. Um, you know, if you're not using GitHub, there's no way to go back. You're stuck here because this agent changed your code, right? So that was changed here. There's no control Z over that, and that's kind of like the whole reason GitHub was created because um, code bases are very complex. They're not just single file, just control Z back things. They're complex things, and so what I can do is I can say, um, you know, let's roll this back to a previous commit. So previous, I don't know, commit, pull, commit, and then if it's the latest, you can just say pull the last commit, which we're going to do. But if you just say pull last commit, it will pull this because we haven't pushed that like red thing yet. But even if you did push the red thing, then you would just, if you see here, like there's commits, you can just find the, whatever commit you want to go back to, and copy the address, right? And so that's the address. It will know that thing. So I can say, rolls back previous commit, pull commits, and then you just paste that code in, and then click send. It's going to pull that commit back down from Git, and that's going to override your local files back to that commit. And now we're back to that previous commit. So that's how you gotta go back with code bases, and why it's super important to use um, GitHub. Actually, when I first started messing with this codex, I was kind of like rushing it, and I was like, I don't feel like setting up Git, and I got really far on one thing, and then like totally like errored it out and couldn't get out of the error, and I just had to start over because I had no GitHub connection, and I was like really kicking myself for that, for rushing that. But yeah, that's how you go back. Last thing to note is let's add one more thing here on this one. Let's see. And the thing I like to do a lot also is we'll go back to chat here, the same thing, and I'll say, I don't know, what other interesting features and uh, features do you think we can add to this? So again, chat when you're like doing things that aren't about coding, right? Like you're not implementing your thing code. So here's a few ideas. Sometimes they use this to get ideas, little shape library. So let's see, facade pattern, secondary mesh layer, current more libres, driven by gradients, mapping, camera. All these are possible, but I want to kind of pick something that I know maybe won't take so much time to implement. Uh, let's see, collaboration notes, add sticky notes. That's fun. Uh, add overall bounding line controls. Setback so the tower stays inside a regular envelope. Preset save load name presets with tiny canvas thumbnails so you can Okay, I kind of like that. I think that'll be quicker to implement. I'm just gonna do that. So I'm just gonna go basically what it's saying is like add a kind of screenshot or thing. So um, I'm gonna just frame it as let's say make. I switch back to agent full access. I'm gonna say make a button make a button in the export menu called PNG, and when clicked, it takes it takes a PNG snapshot of the current scene and saves it to my downloads folder. So let's do that. So now I'm just gonna basically make a so that I can just save the screenshots basically. What's cool about that, by the way, is if you're making like towers and stuff like this, you can like save the screenshots and then just use those in like Nano Banana and these other kind of visualizing softwares. Um, and you can create like a realistic looking kind of architectures from these 3D models as well. Okay, I can see that it's added the PNG button. And okay, it's still doing some stuff here. Has anyone got anything public working? Well, who knew it would be so much effort to make a PNG exporter? I thought it would be the quickest one. Okay, so it seems that it's done. So let's check it. Let's just refresh and let's just do something like this. Well, we'll click this PNG button and save it. Let's check it out. And downloads. There we go. Nice. Cool. That's cool. Um, yeah, I mean, who knows why some people goes fast, some go slow, all the kind of minor differences in everyone's code bases, and you know. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, just because I wanted to show this, just so you know, so I'm going to say push to Git. So it's going to push this to main. Okay, so that's pushed now to main, but so if I come here like this, but the thing is our GitHub, uh, our pages version, our public version won't have that. At least I think. Yes, it won't. See, right? The update isn't there. That's because it's in a separate branch. And so when you want to, you know, update the public one, just say it like, here, just say, I don't know, however you phrase it, I don't know, package, or let's say actually update, and push the GH, the GitHub pages version, update and push the GitHub pages version to pages. Uh, yeah, check that out. Now this push can take a little bit longer because it's like kind of updating that side um, pages version. So it's kind of like update all that stuff and then push it. So usually if you have something public and you keep working, I will usually like push it to public, after I've done a bunch of different changes. I won't do that every time. Um, but I'll, always push to main so you don't lose your work. And then once you're at a good state, you feel like updating the public version, you just push it that one. So now pages is now served the latest link. So if we go there, if I update this, now we have the PNG in our public version. Okay. So that's kind of like the gist of it, but I do want to show one more example for anyone that wants to stick around. But I'll take a 5 minutes break, and then after 5 minutes, I'll show another example. It won't be as um, involved as this one because this one we were just like learning a lot of stuff, and the next one we'll kind of like just kind of go for it. So I'll be back in 5 minutes for anyone that wants to stick around. If not, also don't worry, it will be recorded. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to make, yeah, GitHub, you can, uh, Um, with GitHub, you're just, I mean, you can put things there manually. You can upload things manually, but usually workflow is through PowerShell and Git Bash. And this is what um, Codex is doing. When you tell Codex to push something and to pages to Git, I mean, it's doing everything through, you know, PowerShell and Git Bash and stuff. So um, you should have like actually, let's see if I click a file. Yeah, so since you have Git installed on your computer, like you'll notice if I right click, you say I have like um, open Git bash here, open Git bash, right? Like this is like Git using kind of PowerShell, and you would just whatever folder you're in, you would just use Git commands to push stuff from that folder, like um, whatever the folder is, commit, push. Like there's a bunch of you can look up the Git commands, and I'm using this also at work on daily for our kind of shared Unreal Engine kind of project we're working on. We are using Git, and yeah, push, pull. These are kind of normal phrases. I mean, yeah. So that's how it usually is. And basically, Codex is just doing that for you behind the scenes when you ask it. Okay, now I'll really be back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Um, so the um, the cool thing is that once you're done, we've pushed this. Everything's kind of set. We can, I mean, you can just even um, you can even just close cursor or whatever. Doesn't matter. Um, Also, your like previous kind of chats will be here. If you need to come back to them, again, you don't need to save anything in cursor because your agent is making code and live, and you're using Git for version control. So there's no like, you don't need to do any kind of saving here. Um, in fact, there is save, but I think it just saves like the workspace. Um, and stuff. So, but you don't need to, especially because Codex is on its own, kind of keeping track of those things. Another thing you can do, I mean, we didn't use much context here. I only used 34% so far, 87,000 tokens. And so, but we can see like, I could say, I don't know, compact this context, and you can see what will happen. Usually it'll just confirm that it's compacted it. And you'll see here it's still the same, but there's like there's like a delay. Like you can come back to it later. It might be like 3% or something. Um, Whatever. So, which context? Well, you're compacting the context window here. Like everything that everything you've chatted with, like it's kind of compacting it into like a simple kind of understanding that it will be able to understand the past conversations in a more condensed way. I'm not sure what it's asking you, but I just say, I just said the context window basically. Um, so I want to I want to show like the kind of ring one because I think that one's cool because it's a bit longer um, initial prompt and see like what we can get right out of the gate. I think can be cool. Um, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to um, I'm going to make a new folder and I'm going to name it. I'm just going to say parametric ring. So new empty folder. Gonna drop my guardrails in there, and on GitHub, I'm going to go to repositories, and I'm going to um, make a new repository, again with the same name, repository name, description, um, and I'll keep it private at first. You can go public right from the beginning if you want, up to you, um, and then create repository. So same as before, we have this kind of thing here, uh, a fresh repo, and I'm going to say, I'm going to go back to codec cursor, uh, and I'm going to go here to file, and we're going to open folder, and we're going to open that folder now, the parametric ring, and you'll see this kind of thing. I'll get my terminal back out and go to codex. And you'll see, like, so here's it's kept this chat, right? So we still have the chat from the previous project, but we're not in that project anymore. We could continue chatting new for this project in there, but there's no point. Like, but it will know that whatever you're talking about this new project because that's the folder you opened. You can see it here in the terminal. But we're just going to do a new chat. So just click new chat, and we'll just start a new for this project. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say like, you know, I'm going to say like, I kind of always start the same way. So make sure we folder and follow the rules. Um, okay. Okay, and I'm going to switch chat. And so I have this in my other computer, which I'm looking at, which has my prompt I used for this. So I'm going to try pretty much the same prompt, and I'll paste it to you after I write it to you. I said I want to sweep a profile shape around a circle to create a ring using, and this time I'm just going to say using 3JS because I know I want to use 3JS. I want to be able to control the profile with a 2D graphic UI element of a circle on the lower left of, of the canvas. The canvas, which has control point. I can click and drag to change profile shapes. Then use this profile. Then this profile is used to sweep around a circle to create a ring geometry. I want to have slider parameters on the UI which control the settings of how this profile is arrayed along the circle, such as how many profiles are arrayed, twisting them gradually and scaling them. The arrayed profiles will then be swept to create a closed solid mesh around the circle. I also want the UI to look sleek, modern, like Apple apps. Write a plan to make this and tell what depend what library will be used. So bit longer prompt, bit more specific when you're trying to explain complex things, so I'll paste that there. Then we're going to shoot that off. Make sure you're in chat because we just want it to write a plan. But you're in Codex because we want the plan to be understood that it's a coding project. I'm just going to keep it on medium. Let's send that over. Okay, so it's going to implement circular profile editor, Catmull, Bezier handles, precision for order, build geometry pipeline, convert 2D profile to shape, revolve sweep on source like path, array logic. So it's cool. You can see all the things it's thinking about and that it's going to try to implement and do. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna let it do that. So I'm gonna say now, hold on one second. We're just gonna say, we're going to say install the dependencies and create the initial code file, right? So we're gonna say, just like before, install the dependencies and create the initial code files for this project into the current project folder. Make sure you switch it to agent because we're going to have it written code now. So just like we did before. So let's let that run. Yeah, your old chats are up here in task history. You can just click task history. It'll show you all the kind of history of your chats. If you specifically did something like archive, I haven't archived anything, so I didn't know about this kind of archive functionality. I just know it should be in task history. So this initial part is usually the longest part when it's making all the base stuff and getting dependencies and all that. So we'll just let that go until it finishes. Um, yeah, I mean, to go back to the Parametric Tower app on your local server, you need to open that project again. So you'd go File, Open Folder, open that folder, and then either run it through the terminal, if yours isn't blocked by security like mine was, or tell Codex to run it in the localhost as you did before, and then you just put the localhost link in your browser. However, the public version will always work. I know this is going longer than expected, but this stuff is just very fun for me, so I just want to like mess with it and show some stuff. It's to me, it's a lot of fun. Like I've been since the codex like and all this kind of came out, I've been like just super addicted. It's you'll see if you get into it, like you'll see you'll be sitting at your computer for hours, just like tweaking things, messing with things, making things. It's it's just a lot of fun and opens up a lot of possibilities. And it's not stuck now, but sometimes when it's thinking for so long and I feel like what's going on, I'll like just write to it like, "Hey, are you stuck? All good?" And it'll be like, "Yeah, I'm just fixing this. It's kind of funny, you know." Okay. Okay, so you should have now, if you go to that, let me just close some of these folders. And we're not in parametric tower anymore. We are in the ring. So you should have this like before, the ring. Now, now we have this files in ring, and we will, what I always like to do is once we get that first setup, I like to immediately send it over to Git. But now you're going to make sure you're using the link to this new repo. So I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to say push to my Git here. Yeah, you can ask if Codex needs a rest. Always good to check in on your workers. I also saw a person who kind of they're like kind of solo developer, and they made all these agents through guardrails, different guardrails, like this Codex instance is their like senior developer. The other Codex instances are the intern, and he's like giving them all different tasks. The intern Codex gets the smaller tasks, while while the senior dev Codex gets like the bigger tasks. And because you can run multiple agents on the same kind of code base together, because of Git, they'll all kind of like push and merge. And so you can have, on a bigger project, you can have different agents doing different aspects and different things at the same time. Okay, so it seems it's pushed. So let's see. Let's just confirm. Let's just refresh here. Okay, it's there. It made our thing because it read the guardrails and needed to make that. Okay. So now, now what I'm going to do is just like before, it might have made something ready, but I'm just going to now tell it to make the plan to make sure it captured everything. So make the first version of this project based on your plan. Has anyone added anything yet or tested anything, or is there still going as well? Um, if you want to switch it back to private, you just go to the same place that you did to make it public. Just in settings and scroll all the way down, and it's change visibility. So as you can see, when you make these like kind of longer, more specific um, initial prompts, like obviously it takes more time in the beginning versus what we did before, where we kind of gave it like a little bit more looser prompt, and then we just started like adding things, erasing things, changing things. If you want to delete the repo, it's also in settings, should be at the bottom. Delete this repository. Do you mean this path here in the terminal? That's just the project. That's just the folder you open. Like, you can't edit that name. That's the folder. So whatever folder you opened, file, open folder. Okay, so I'm just going to tell Codex, okay, I'm going to say, okay, run this for local server. Allow access. Oh, maybe now it'll work because now I got this. This is what I was missing before. So allow access. Okay, and then question. Localhost. That's what this problem for that Node.js didn't come up before. So should be able to. Okay, for me, nothing is showing up. Nice. If you can only see the ring texture from the inside, that happened to me before. Just tell it that it needs to reverse the normals of the mesh. Okay, and say, I don't know. I can see the UI, like I can see that there's a UI here. I can see there's a UI here, but everything else is just, so I'm gonna just say the canvas is just all dark blue right now. I can't see any ring or UI elements. Anyone else get a ring? Okay. So I should be able to use this now since that Node.js permissions came up. Let's try. I should be able to just dev. No, still that permission. That's for the prompt after the open terminal and reading guardrails. I pasted the prompt in. Okay, so it still doesn't work because of this OneDrive. I need to take OneDrive off this laptop, but anyway, we'll just tell Codex do it. Okay. Is there a problem? This is where we learn the fun stuff. Yeah. Try to relaunch an instance. For you, the first time failed because PowerShell won't let. Let me close these PowerShells. I might have to tell it to make a patch like before to go around this stupid OneDrive thing. Seems still no. Let's see. See if the canvas is still. Is anyone else having like just the canvas showing dark, or did other people get it working? What did it say before? What did it do before? Let's see. Task history. Um, Before it was, what did it do for me before? It walks through that. So I'm going to just copy what it did for me before. I think it will work. If it's not working, okay. I just want to tell continue to ends with a by time. No, I'm just trying to see what it did for me before. So like, if there was any kind of server issue, because of course, it will do this when I want to show it. But I'm not sure if it's that or that it's just not working yet for me. So we'll see. Anyone else get the ring working? I know Facundo got the one working. No, still like this. I'm just going to try to do this. Okay, now I'm going to say run it. Yeah, I think so. Like just ask it to try to do what you're doing. I had to create a normal map for the ring actually, for some like scratches and stuff, so it should be possible. Okay, so it is running, but I just can't get anything to show up here for some reason. It seems you've had better luck than me today. Well, that's annoying. I wonder if I just roll it back to before I asked it. Let's see. Okay. I'll try one more time. Then, I'm gonna tell it to go to fine. Blue and no mesh AI is shown up. And maybe I'll also even um, up, um, up, open. Yeah, so like when I previously did this one here, I also after like told it about this gold material and I had it make this map. You can kind of see it has a bit of kind of waviness to the map. At one point it had very big scratches on it, but I didn't like it, so I removed it. I just don't know why it's being weird right now. Ah, finally, there we go. So sometimes when you get into a tricky situation, switch it to high mode. Okay, so resolved server is set up. And you can see it made it back. Oh no, don't do, okay. It's still working. So you can see that it is also inverted for me, and I'll just tell it to reverse that once it's done doing what it's doing here. Also, the seam doesn't line, but you can tell it like that you want maybe the twisting and scaling to be symmetrical so that, you know, so this kind of stuff okay. I'll just, okay. Okay. Let's push this to Git before we lose it. Push to Git. And I'm just going to go back to Medium. Push to Git. remember, just keep an eye on your usages. I mean, nothing bad will happen. You'll just run out. And then you'll be paused for like 5 hours. Not pause for 5 hours. It will reset for me in 1 hour back to 100 for the 5-hour limit. Okay, so pushed it to Git. So let me just find it now. Parametric ring. Okay, yeah, 1 minute ago, 1 minute ago. Okay. Okay. All is good. Well, if you delete the folder from your desktop, from your computer, it's still in Git, yes, but you need to pull it so that your codex can work on it. Like, so, yeah, like you need the files there so you can work. For me, the ring just has the command profile editor and ring settings, but no ring. So you can do what I did. You can try to explain it to codex, like I'd had to do a few times just now, saying like it's not working, it's not, the ring's not showing up, like try to tell it what it's doing. I switch it to high mode after a while because I just wanted to really think about it deeper and fix it. You don't delete, and usually I don't put them on my desktop. I mean, just for this webinar I am, but usually I have them in a folder on my computer, you know, somewhere more organized. But yeah, you should keep them. But if you delete them, you can just get them again from Git. Just pull them from Git. Okay, now I want to. I can say reverse the mesh normals because right now I just know this is a backface. Right now the backfaces are pointing outward and is making it so we can see through the, so do that. And there we go. Okay, fixed it. Give it a nice metal material. Did any of you like get a nice metal material at first? I'm kind of surprised by that. And I think the first time I did it before with the gold one, it was just like this kind of flat blue material, and I specifically was like telling it to make the gold. So this is cool. I mean, it's a bit it's upside down. You can fix that. I mean, like this is controlling the bottom and this is controlling the top, but close enough. All minor things we can just change. So that's cool. You know, and with the other one I did, you know, I was like, okay, let's add it so that I can add points, I can delete points. I wanted some presets of the base profile. So like I had some presets, circle, rounded, square, diamond, star, whatever. There's some UI things, like I can see that the text on these buttons are getting cut off. Those are things you can tell it to fix. Right? Like I don't want to waste too much time with that. They're just like things you can fix. But what I do want to fix is this seam. So let me just check the twist also. This is upside down. So I can just do something like this so I can see the twist. Yeah. So I want to say make the twist and the scale symmetrical so that a scene lines up. Okay, so right now the scene doesn't line up at the start and end of the circle. Make the twist and scale logic symmetrical, so that the endpoint profile match up. Let's see if that kicks it into gear. Actually, I'm kind of happy that it didn't work right away, because it lets you see kind of how sometimes it's not always perfect and how you can kind of get out of that jam, like different things you can try, different modes and different descriptions. You can see it when I did get it to work. I changed how it was using the local server because of my problem here, but I also told it what to do, included a screenshot of what's wrong, and put it into high, and that caused it to fix the problem. Okay, so it now seems that worked. Variance. Yeah, okay, so now it's scaling from the center, which is good. And let's see if it twists this sort of thing. Twist. No, twist is still not symmetrical. Okay, let me make sure that I have, let me just refresh it just to make sure. So scale went symmetrical, but twist not yet. So twist. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let me try to explain it better. Rather than the twist going from start to end of the profiles, I want the effect to go from start to halfway of the profiles, and then reverse back from the halfway point to the end. This is to ensure the scene between start and end is always perfect transition. Let's see if that fixes. It is funny to me that it made this like backwards. Did it do that for anyone else? Like, I guess this is right. That's, oh, well, maybe no. Out in, no, it is backwards. Weird. Okay. Okay, let's see if it fixed it. So let's see now, let's twist. Okay, cool. Now I'll fix it. Now what I don't like here is this sharp. See how it's like, I can see the seam. It's like going sharp. So let's try to fix that. We're gonna say, I don't know, I'm gonna say, can you smooth the symmetry seams so we don't get a sharp pinch at the start and halfway, um, start and halfway points when twisting and scale tapering. Let's see if it fixes it. I mean, the cool thing to remember is that none of this is standard. Like, it's not like there was a standard template for this kind of UI, right? Like, it just kind of made all this stuff based on our descriptions, right? And even here versus like last time I did it, like it looks different, you know. I think it's, um, okay, so it says that it did it. Let's see if it actually did. Let's see. Yeah, so now the twist is smooth. You see it's not so sharp there. Um, and let's see the scale variance. Scale, scale. I can still see a seam here, but that's because of the material normals. I don't really feel like messing with that right now. But you can just tell it, like you can see the seam because of the material, um, and try to fix that as well. So that's cool. So I'm going to push those changes. Yeah. And you know what's cool here is, you know, you can, again, like we did with the tower, you can go ahead and add all kinds of features and graph mappers and this and that and exports and whatever you want, uh, materials and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's pushed. One thing I want to do here is kind of something that I did with, I want to see if we can add it here for fun so that we don't have to make like other. But on this one here, I added, you know, sculpting, which I thought was cool. Um, so like I can, you know, oh, maybe we can see if we can get that to work on that one too. So let's try it. Why not? Um, yeah, then a toggle that can be called scope. Scope. When when turned on, We enter sculpt mode and have the ability to click, click, and then the ring mesh to well, the mesh similar to like ZBrush, like ZBrush. Yeah, things like ZBrush. And turn on, we enter the sculpt mode and have the ability to click and drag on the ring mesh to sculpt the mesh similar to ZBrush. Let's try it. What's the worst that can happen? We have our Git, we can always mess up. There's no big deal. Yeah, I can send it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's see. And I think after this implementation, I'll just show you all one more time how to make GHPage's version, and I think that will be the end of it, because I mean, after that we can just keep going forever, just implementing at your heart's desire and playing. So that's really all it is at this point. Okay, I see we have a button here now. I don't think it's functional yet because I see it's still working. So. And remember, like if you're into the code, you can always see the changes it's doing. It kind of tells you at each step. You can just click that and see what it's adding. You can see view changes. Now, red means like removed, green means new. If you're into the code base. While that's thinking, I just want to mention a few other things, like in this example, you know, my prompt was something like make a grid of cubes that, based on their location to a point, are smaller the closer they are and bigger further away, and same with rotation. And I said, I want to be able to click on the point and move it in the canvas, and that's why in this one I can click and move it, right? So I specifically asked for that functionality, and it made it, right? so that was simple as that, like just asking it what I wanted to be able to do. Even has a nice little lag behind the mouse, which is kind of cool. I just noticed that now. Um, and this one here, the the slab one, I described it like I was like I want the shifting slabs and this and that, but I also included a picture. I also included an image. I was like something like this, and it was like I don't know, like shifting slab architecture. I don't remember exactly which image I used, but um, it was some kind of image that kind of felt like these kind of shifting slabs. Maybe I found it on the Grasshopper forum or something. So I included a picture just so it kind of can have some idea. Um, and then about the physics I have in this one, um, which was the gravity. Again, I just asked it. I was like, now I want to make it where if I click this gravity button, all the slabs fall based on gravity forces and that they have collisions and whatnot. And so then I get like this, right? Um, so it's nothing more than just explaining what I wanted to happen until it, you know, and for the most part, it was like one or two tries to get what I wanted, um, which was really cool. Um, so remember, just explain if you want something interactive, just say like, I want to be able to interact with this thing and it will make it that way, you know. Okay, so it says it's done. Let's see if it actually works. Sculpt mode. Ah, it works. Yes, it's not so powerful right yet. I can probably change that power, but it works. Oh, that's cool. And then uncheck it, and I'll be able, yeah. And if I uncheck it, I'm back to this. Um, and then it should keep track. Oh no, it's deleting it. And I check that. So, yeah, you can tell it like that you want it to keep track of those things. So if I go to sculpt mode now, yeah. So if I just mess this up real quick, and then out, fine. Yeah, see how it's like deleting my sculpt when I change parameters? That was, uh, in my previous one, I remember now, it was doing that in this one. Not in this one, in this one. And then I explicitly told it, like, I want you to keep the sculpt even after I change parameters. And so here's the sculpt, and now I can still like change parameters, and it's still like keeping track of my sculpt. You can say like make the sculpt more powerful. That's why this one is so powerful, right? Like just like that. So it's all about like just explaining and telling it what to do. But um, cool that worked um, like that. Um, yeah, sculpt mode's fun, but I would suggest like tell it. I don't want to do it now because I don't know how long the implementation could take. We're going pretty long. It's been a long time, long webinar. Um, but it's simple enough. Just say, hey, keep track of the sculpt data even after I change parameters, um, and should work. And then you can ask it, make some default, maybe add points. You can say, I want to be able to add points, delete points. So you can have the same functionality like I have here, right? I can add points or remove points, and I have, much more points, and it's facing the right direction, right? First of all, um, actually, and these menus at first were on this side, and I told it put it on the left side, so you can move all that stuff around. Um, I had it add this slider because at first it had all the menus, but they were hidden and I couldn't get to them unless my screen was really big. So I added this scroll. So anything and all the little stuff you can all get edit and change and really just go off and just make cool stuff. Um, and again, another one. I'm not implementing it right now, but I just really like going like what other features do you think would be interesting to add to this um, I'll just say to this. Make sure you're in chat. I mean, you don't have to necessarily switch to chat, but you're kind of, when you're asking a question, like you're gonna waste tokens in agent mode, so might as well just get in chat, because the chat is still using Codex. It's just not gonna code. So what's this? Like brush settings, right? That's cool, right? Like I could definitely, if we had some time, like a few hours here, you can say, okay, now I have this scope mode. Let's get a bunch of brush settings for radius and fall off, inflate or smooth, like ZBrush stuff. Profile authoring. So yeah, so it's actually suggesting to me like to add and remove control points and presets, parametric modifiers, layering and noise, materiality. That's we were talking about normal maps. Like you can tell it, I want to make metal, I want to have scratches, I want to have this, and it will kind of figure that stuff out. And then also exporting, saving and stuff. So that's really cool too when you ask it like about what features it might think are also interesting. Anyway, let's push this to get it live and yeah, end this thing. So okay, so push to get. Oh, what did Walter share here? Let's check it. Nice. That's cool. Nice one. That's ready to print. Go print it and wear it around. Screen cap. Ah, cool. Actually, your UI looks really nice. I like the way it's made your UI. Oh, it's a video. Okay. Ah, okay. It looks like your normals are reversed. Tell Codex to flip your normals because you can see the inside of it. That's what I did that on mine too. I saw that flip the normals. Yeah, your UI is nice. Even the way it's like the UI is like popping up and down is super nice. And your curve is nice too. Very cool. Okay, so we pushed it to Git, and let's just confirm that we pushed it to Git. Okay, yes, we did. And now let's go here. I'm gonna go again to settings and going to go to I'm gonna make it public. Public, yes, make public. And I'm gonna use my password because I don't know what that buttons are asking me for there. Okay, it's public. And then we're going to go to pages and you'll see that there's nothing there. Just make sure source is deploy from a branch. Okay, and then we're going to tell it to make the GitHub pages ready version. Just to save time, I'm going to go back to my previous task and just copy exactly what I wrote to it last time when I wanted it to do that, which was this. Go back to this current task here. And I'm going to say, okay, get rid of relative. Do not overwrite this. Okay, and we will push that to get. Oh, wait, no, I'm in the wrong place. In the wrong chat. Go back to my chat. Not that it matters. I mean, we'll still do it because we're in this folder, but want to keep the chats separate. Okay. Do that. Let that go. Actually, I just want to check this other one real quick. Yeah. You were asking if you can rename these. I unfortunately don't think there is. I was trying to think of a better system to that. Probably a better way to start the chat is maybe just like type in the name of the project, like, and just send that first, or say like this project is going to be called this, and send that as a message so that like that's the first thing that shows up. I was thinking about that too, because then if every single one of your chats looks like this, well, the same way it can get confusing when you start making a bunch of projects. So yeah, maybe like just the first thing right in the chat, like, okay, this is a new project, it's going to be called this, and then that's the thing that will show there at the top. But the important thing about this webinar isn't so much exactly what you made. Like, yeah, okay, you made cool rings and stuff, but that's not really the important part. The important part is that you learned that like there's a kind of crazy future that's upon us where that kind of barrier is broken of kind of being able to do these things. It's like anyone can do it now, right? Like now, you really just need ideas, right? I mean, that's the crazy part. It's like, and the people that know how to use these systems are, going to be the ones getting ahead in my opinion, the very near future and the way that workflows and things are going. So um, um, this is the kind of stuff that you want to be on top of and keeping track of, because like I said before, what you see today is the worst it's ever going to be, and it's pretty damn good right now. So things are only going to get also faster and cheaper, and so it's exciting times. I feel like it's the first time I feel like a kid with like some new toys. Now the problem is what the heck do I make, right? Like that's the problem now. Not how do I make it, but what the heck do I make? This is the problem now. Okay. So, okay, so it seems that it made it. Let's just check. Um, let me refresh. Yes, it set this up. Branch should have reached pages, and let's check it. Visit site. Yeah, and now it's live. So this is my live version here. And then the kind of last little thing that we're going to do, like I did in the previous one, is we're just going to say, to we're going to update the README to get that deployment like live link on the page, just because it makes things easier, I think, for everyone. So I'm going to say, go back to task, and I'm going to say, update the README, include any new features added since last update, and add a deployment section, and also add the link to the live demo. So we'll do that. And it's funny because this was a long webinar, longer than I anticipated, but it's all about the nuances. Like the actual amount of time we actually spent on the making stuff parts was so small. It's just like the nuances, kind of setup and workflow and understanding these things that aren't so easy to find information about. Like where are you going to find about guardrails easy, or where about publishing the Git pages and using GitHub. Like it's hard to find out all the information in one place, you know? So I think that's really, really good. Okay, so yeah, okay. Okay, let's see. Did it push it? No, it didn't push it. Okay, so now I'm just gonna say, can push the updated read me to Git. And then just imagine it like this person I said I saw online. Like imagine like kind of seemingly overnight we're at the point where an individual person at home can just like make their own Photoshop, you know, or make their own, you know, grasshopper or make their, I mean, it's kind of insane, you know? Okay, so I have the deployment added to README with the live thing here. And that's, yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums up the workflow. Everything other than that is um, it's just playing and prompting and editing. And thing I can't stress enough, make sure you're using GitHub and version control because you don't want to lose your stuff. And all the stuff that this agent does is permanent, right? So that's why we need version control on these kind of larger these code bases. Um, yeah, I think that's the end of it. If anyone has any pressing questions, um, we can call it a day, and I'm excited to see what you all do with this new superpower you have. And if you make cool stuff, don't forget to tag it, share it. Thank you all. I'm really happy that you liked it. And yeah, shoot me a message if you know if anything. If you have any question afterwards, go shoot me a message on Instagram. I usually look at messages. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, exactly. You definitely can have like your own little game engine. And people are already doing it, I'm sure. They just haven't shared it publicly. Okay. Until next time, don't forget we have those other webinars that you can sign up for as well. And they're free also. Goodbye, everybody.